Did I even put that in there? Oh, I did.
So for tonight, everybody we fight deals bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, right. I have that attuned. Yes, I do. Ooh, I've reached my max attunement now. Gonna have to trade something out if we find something special.
That's why I asked about the rings.
Yeah.
You know, like, crap. All right, let me switch that out for a little bit.
Alright, so I think we were talked last time about planning to forge some letters, get the brothers turned against each other.
I don't. Wait, we had talked about it. I don't think we. No, wait, didn't we have Scruff? He said he could deliver them, but we never actually wrote those, and I think we're already on the road with Valinor now, aren't we?
I don't know if we ended on the road or if we ended, okay, we're about to leave right now, kind of thing.
According to the notes, we took a long rest. Valinor woke us up. We got on the road early the next morning.
Okay.
And as we're walking, a storm is rolling in.
Gotcha. All right, yeah. So, no, I mean, maybe how many? I can't remember how many days travel he said it was. I mean, we have to climb an entire mountain to get to the fucking top. So I'm assuming it's at least, a day or two. So we could potentially still write out some forged letters if we wanted to.
We could, but we don't have a messenger now. I don't think Scruff came with us.
I think he is, because I think Scruff is helping us sneak into the throne room.
Oh, is he?
That's what I have written down. Let me cross check with yours. But I have Holy Fangs start a distraction, draw away guards to the keep, sends the justice will work with Scruff to sneak into throne room through secret entrance. But it was also towards the end of the session when I am tired and a couple drinks deep, so I might have.
I'm in the same boat. I can tell that my notes progressively get shorter and less detailed throughout the evening. And so I get the highlights of everything, but then sometimes I don't, I guess they're not as thorough.
Yeah.
They're definitely over the top at the beginning of the night. Like the first page of notes is usually like a 10-minute section, and then it progressively gets smaller.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we got the sketches of the brothers. Scruff said he could find a way to deliver. Oh wait, here we go. Valinor says there's a small change of plan. Wants to set up large distraction to draw everyone out of the keep. See, so the keep is the mouth of a large cave, large winding path to get to the front gates. Draw out forces, pass by as travelers, and try and enter the keep. Passage from main floor to the top floor, throne room. Okay. So I don't know if I misheard or just made up the Scruff thing, but we can double check once we actually get into it.
Yeah, I mean, in my notes, it's the same thing. Plans have changed. We're basically fast tracking to Vickers Keep. and the winding path to the front gates, draw out the forces, and then pass by as travelers to try to enter the keep. There's a passage from the main floor to the top floor, like throne room, and then attempt to assassinate Queen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't mark down whether or not Scruff was coming with, or if he just gave us the information. So we might need some clarification there.
We got these fine snow leopard cloaks or clothes. We're looking bougie.
I feel like if I'm wearing a snow leopard cloak, just given my general appearance, I look like a miniature version of. Oh God, I'm drawing a blank on his name now. It's the Hunter. He's like a Spider-Man villain. Craven. I just look like a miniature Craven.
Okay.
All right, so we still waiting on a couple peeps.
Yeah, Blade. Will said he'd be on soon, and Anthony shows that he's on mobile, so I'm guessing he's. Oh, he said on the way a couple minutes ago too.
All right, sweet. Just enough time for me to pour myself a cocktail. Perfect.
Yeah, it's been a long day. That first one I poured went down a little too fast, so I think I'm gonna have to re-up before we even get started tonight.
Yeah, I need to figure out. Look at my spells before we start.
Hey, y'all.
Hola.
How's it going? Everybody's here. All right, good deal.
What's up, everyone? I'm still eating my taco, so I might be a little quiet in the beginning.
Tacos.
My thoughts exactly. Tacos. All right. Well, while everybody's here, we'll run through this recap real quick. So, last session began with the party waking up to bright and sunny skies alongside the various sounds of nature coming to life, heading from just outside the dragon's lair to the forest village of Wormhearth. Once there, the party headed straight for the headmaster dwarf, receiving payment for slaying a dragon in the form of coin, choice on some potent student-made elixirs, as well as choice on an item from the university reliquary. Upon first tying up a few loose ends, the party then reported to the docks, being expected to pull guard duty upon a barge heading for Frostfire full of university wares. The barge, however, is captained by Brotor, who has several dwarven deckhands on board, one being Scrofaldo. Pushing off, the party leaves Wormhearth for the Arctic lands to the south. As the party approaches Mount Whitehorn upon the Arctic lake, the weather grows more cold and frigid. Finally, the following morning, the barge docks within the city of Frostfire. At the base of the great Arctic mountain, the party makes their way towards the White Rabbit Inn, noticing many slaves, forced labor coal mines, and a few other subtle differences in the lands of the Silver Queen. After meeting up here with Valinor in his private suite, the party, Valinor, and Scruff all discuss a few upcoming plans and strategies. After a bit, the party wandered around the rather plush markets and spent a small fortune acquiring a few various items, and then quickly returned to Valinor's quarters. The following morning, before dawn, Valinor awakens the party and sets out upon the road leading up the mountain. After a full day's travel and an uneventful first day on the road, the party awakens to their second day of travel, to continue their ice and snow-covered trek upward. As storm clouds roll in, a light snow slowly turns into a stinging cold and bitter white wind. A long, low howl in the distance stops the party in their tracks as they survey their surroundings in this white frozen tundra. And that is where we are now. And we are going to have to go ahead and start things off. I believe the last perception check, Logos was the highest at 16, and that just wasn't quite enough. So I'm going to need the party to go ahead and roll some initiative while I snap some pictures for you.
Shit, already?
Oh, god damn it. I totally forgot about the
Yeah.
howling. I looked at my notes like 3 times today and somehow missed that. And so in my head, I was like, oh, Sean's not going to kill us. We'll probably have a bunch of roleplay, like trying to sneak in, maybe a tiny combat. Nope. Opening right up on combat. Fuck me.
I think this is the best initiative I've ever rolled. 16. And that's sad.
It's a
Nice work,
dirty
man.
20 for me.
$26 for Logos.
17 for Blade. Damn. Everyone's rolling decently.
Let's hope it lasts.
I shouldn't have said shit.
Yeah, everyone did.
God damn it. But perhaps a song.
I'm going to assume that Renwick has better decks than Bokris.
+5.
Yeah, he better. Yeah, I'm only a +2.
Okay, Gladier, what did you roll?
16.
The two purples look fairly similar. I want to make sure, is that me in the very back, correct?
Correct. You're a bit darker, but yeah, I got a little bit different lighting setup. I'll rotate it around so it's a little more clear here. And just...
No, it's all right. I just wanted to be sure.
Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and go with the top of the round. That will be you, Logos. As you kind of survey the scene and look around, you swear you hear a howl off in the distance. However, you're being battered by howling winds and small snow flurries, and it kind of makes visibility in and around this area difficult. So as you guys kind of travel the terrain to your immediate, so as you're looking at the picture, to your immediate left, the icy terrain travels upward up the mountain, and to your right, off that side of the road, that terrain travels downward. So you're kind of on like a slope, but the road itself has been kind of carved out. But aside from the blasting flurry of snow, what do you do, Logos?
So at this point, I don't see any silhouettes, nothing.
Go ahead and give me another perception check.
The 21 total.
So as you kind of look outward, and you're looking about, gazing at this Arctic kind of wasteland where there's no vegetation, it's all snow and ice, and the storm and the blowing wind is not making anything any easier on you. But as you look out, only a mere 10 feet or so from you, off on the side of the road, you see a pair of piercing blue eyes looking back at you. And as you kind of catch their, make eye contact, slowly but surely, the silhouette of a large white wolf can be seen. And this wolf is massive in size. You're standing eye to eye, eye level with this creature. It's roughly the size of a horse, and it is pure white, and it stares back at you with its maw kind of gaping. And you definitely notice a gigantic wolf staring you down in this blizzard.
Well, I know. So does it seem and kind of far fetched? It looks aggressive.
Oh, for sure. Let me drop this in. Oops.
Um, shoot. Uh, as I like scan, is it just the one with that perception check? Do I just see the one for now?
As you kind of scan around, it is kind of difficult to see very far. But now that you kind of have seen, you know what to look for. you can kind of you got a better chance at spotting him, and you do notice that he's not alone. The party is in fact surrounded by these massive wolf-like creatures.
Um, surrounded. Oh,
You can see right currently coming at you 5 total beasts.
five. Got. All right. Well, if they're looking aggressive,
Pop, pop.
I don't know if I doubt animal friendship would work because I think there's a certain. Let me double check it. The spell convince a beast that you mean no harm. Choose a beast that you can see within range and see and hear you. If the beast's intelligence is 4 or higher, the spell fails. I'd have to bank on the wolf being lower intelligence than a 4, or else it's a waste of a turn. And wolves are pretty smart in general. I'm not gonna waste a turn. I'm just gonna bonus action Hunter's Mark, the one that's right in front of me.
Okay.
And I want to move because as of right now, that wolf is about what 10 feet away from me.
It's a 5-foot gap.
So if I move right now, it'll have a sack of opportunity?
I guess you'll have to find out.
All right, I will move about 15 feet up, like away from the party, like towards where my bird is drawn up the road a little bit. And as I'm walking, guys, we're surrounded. There's wolves all around us. And I'm going to take my attacks at the wolf I hunter mark.
Okay, so when you say 15 feet up, tell me like where exactly you're going. Because about 5 feet in front of you is Valinor, at least in the direction of the road.
Okay, well, I want to get like around Valinor, maybe like 10 feet in front of him, so I'm not surrounded. If that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, you're swift enough. You for sure get around Valinor easily enough. And you said you bonus action Hunter's marked that wolf. However, on your way by, as you move a few feet ahead of Valinor, there is yet another wolf, unfortunately, who you did not see until just now, as it gets an attack of opportunity on you for passing by.
You're great. I just got critted.
Sorry, bro. I'll send an updated pic of the map, but let me roll out this real quick. We're looking at
Wait, is he within
46. Unfortunately, no.
Damn it. Well, like when he got hit, would he have been? Does that count? Because I guess he's moving away, but when he got the strike, was he within 5 feet? I don't, because I'm just talking about I have the feet protection, so I can impose disadvantage if one of my allies gets attacked within 5 feet of me, but it doesn't. I don't know how that would work really for opportunity attacks since they're technically moving away, so I'll leave that up to your discretion.
I'm gonna say I'll drop this pick real quick, but where the he ran by and got attacked, I'll drop in the map. It is just a smidge more than your range, I think, for that ability.
Oh, okay, he got attacked by it. Sorry, I thought he got attacked by the one like right next to us. So I thought he would still be within range when he got hit. But that makes sense. Okay.
So, Logos, as you run forward, taking aim on this beast that you've hunters marked, and run by another that you did not notice, it snatches a mouthful of a mighty snarl and snap at you, and it finds some purchase. Giant fucking fangs gripping you, and it's such a massive beast that a good chomp from this easily crosses your entire chest. And you're definitely suffering some 22 points of piercing damage.
That's with the crit.
Yeah, that's everything. I instead of rolling the 2d6 times 2, I just rolled 4d6. I just doubled the die amount rolled rather than confuse Avery. All right. So you still have an action, I believe.
Well, just as a reaction, like when it bites, I guess my instinct would be to like just try to hit it, like as just a melee attack, simple melee attack. I'm doing something. Go away. Go away. So that'll be 7 to hit. I'm assuming that misses.
A 7 total? Yeah, that'll miss.
So using my mithril chain boots, that'll allow me to continue moving without getting another opportunity attack. And I guess I'm gonna move back towards the party, as I use 15 feet, so I would still have another 20 feet, 30 feet actually. So I guess I'll move back towards the middle where I was at, but like closer, like in the middle of the 4.
Okay, yeah, you could definitely head back to kind of closer to Renwick, in between like Renwick and Gladier, for sure.
Okay. And then I'm gonna fire off my last 2 attacks at that wolf I had hunters marked.
All right, shoot her down. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You used an attack action on the wolf, so that had to be one of your 3 attacks or 2.
I have 3. As a Gloomstalker, I get 3 attacks on my first round.
Okay, that's right. Just double checking. All right. Okay, so 2 attacks. Roll it out for me.
First one was a 10 on the die plus 11 for a total of 21.
Well, that'll hit.
I'll just roll out, see if the second one hits. That's a 7 on the die for 18 to hit.
Still hits for sure. Go ahead and roll some damage.
All right, I'll just roll it out. That'll be 2d. For both hits, I'll just do 2d8 plus 6. That's 18 points of damage for just the 2 attacks. and then 1d6. So that's 20 points of damage total for the 2 attacks, and then the damage from the Hunter's Mark. Oh, wait. Shoot. Oh, no. Yeah. Wait, I think I messed up. Because it'll be +6 on each attack. So it'll be 7 + 6 and 5 + 6. Right?
So it'll be 12 and 13 together would be 25.
And then plus the 2, so 27.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, your 2 arrows definitely find purchase, and once you sink a few arrows into one of these wolves, and a bit of the crimson color blood stains their snow white fur, it is much easier to see all of a sudden, and the party is also now aware of most of the wolves' presence.
And you just see Logus coming back. He runs into snow and comes back just gashed on his chest, just bleeding.
Okay, so moving on down in the initiative is actually Valinor. And Valinor will mutter some words of divine prayer to the mighty Pelor. And as he does so, a bit of shining light seems to emanate from a necklace around his neck, bearing the holy symbol of Pelor, the sun god. And as you kind of run by Logus, you receive 10 points of healing as Valinor uses his action to cast a healing spell upon you. He then just kind of he draws forth both his blade and his shield, and then basically just kind of holds his action. Essentially, he's kind of he's out of what he can do. So moving on down, I'll take a pick and update it from Valinor to Renwick. You are up.
Oh boy. Well, it looks like there is a wolf 5 feet away from me. So I think he sees Logus coming, like running back into the center of the group with gash marks across him. And he's just gonna draw his rapier and his dagger, look over and be like, I thought you were supposed to be good with animals! And then he's gonna run I guess, basically like take 5 feet forward toward the the wolf nearest him and just take a couple cracks at it, see what happens.
All right, give me a couple of attack rolls.
All right, with the rapier, it's a 22 and bonus action off the table. Crossbow for an 18. Sorry, 17.
Yep, that'll hit.
And since I don't have an ally within 5 feet of me, that's sneak attack on the first hit, so that is... Pardon me, where is it? 1d8 plus 6. But I rolled a 1, so 7 plus sneak attack. I rolled a 1, 2, and a 5, so 7, 5, 15 on the rapier. And hand crossbow is a 1d6. But I rolled a 6. So 21 points of damage.
Oh, very nice. Similar to kind of what Logos had done. Once the first blood is drawn, the crimson color flowing out from the beast makes it much easier to identify in the white landscape.
And with my remaining... Oh, wait, I used a bonus action. Never mind. I'll stay right where I'm at.
Okay, well, we're moving on down. Then we are looking at Locris. Locris, you're kind of bringing up the rear of the group. You're near Scruff, but there is a beast within 5 feet of you or so. Renwick has stepped up into melee. What do you do?
Well, seeing as I have a beast right on my left side, I'm going to call forth my Morning Star, cast Hex on the wolf right there, and then as I roll off, take a swing at him.
Okay, yeah, give me an attack roll.
It's 28.
That hits for sure.
So 8 piercing damage plus, or sorry, 14 piercing damage and 2 points of necrotic damage for 16 total. And then on my backswing, I'm going to hit him again.
Okay, yeah, give me another attack roll.
16.
16 hits.
Nice. That's for another 11 piercing plus 1 point necrotic for 12 additional damage.
All right, yeah, you step forward with your mace and just wallop this beast and find purchase, spurting a bit of this crimson color all over its pretty coat and, getting it to give a good yelp, yelp, as you fucking dog, as you like boot it in the ass, yeah. But for sure, you definitely cause a bit of damage to it.
All right, and that'll end my turn as I kind of prop my shield up.
Okay, well, after that, it is actually the Winter Wolves' turn. So, this is gonna get fucking interesting. Okay. Alright, so, got this Wolf 1. We're looking at Gladier and Logos. This wolf from the side of the road steps forward, and this wolf exhales a blast of freezing wind from a cone that just erupts from its maw. A breath weapon, if you will, from this winter wolf. And an icy beam seems to coat you both. Give me a... Let's double check that here. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw, both of you.
Oh, that's great. I'm so dexterous.
It was Gladier and who? Renwick?
Another.
This is Gladier and Logos. Dex
Oh,
saving
sorry.
throw.
I got 13 plus 8 for a total of 21.
16 plus 0 for a total of 16.
Not bad.
Well, you both pass, managing to mostly get out of the way of this creature's breath weapon. However, you both do take 7 cold damage. Moving on down, Renwick, similar situation. This giant wolf-like entity with piercing blue eyes opens its fierce maw and erupts from itself. A beam of cold, freezing energy bursts forth and slams into you. What do you... go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
It's 14 for a 22.
Also a pass. You take 6 total cold damage as the chill manages to bite through your fancy leopard skin suit. Locris, same situation. The beast opens its maw and blasts you with a ray of cold energy. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Dirty 20.
So you pass, which means you would take 7, but you have cold resistance, so you would take, we'll say, 3 cold damage from this breath weapon.
Chilly.
You guys notice that the wolf on the northernmost portion of the map puts its attention mostly on Valinor, the wolf that bit Logus on his way by, and blasts Valinor with a ray of this frosty breath as well. Moving on down, we're going to go once again. I need Gladier and Logus to give me dexterity saving throws.
Shit.
I feel like you have it out for me, Sean, and I don't appreciate it.
Oh, that's not as good. I knew it was coming. 12.
19.
Uh, 12 is the magic number, you lucky bastard. It's not a very high one, but... So you guys both pass once again, and so instead you take 8 total cold damage as the breath weapon of this giant wolf seems to pierce your cold resistant gear. And Blade, finally. You as well. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
$26.
Yeah, that'll pass. You take half of 24, so 12. Wow, that was actually a lot more than your the rest of everybody. But yeah, the wolf nearest to you unleashes a blast of Arctic energy from its maw, and it covers you in this chilly energy, bringing you down, slowing you a bit. And so, with that, we're gonna go to looks like Blade. You are up.
Okay. So seeing that we're a bit surrounded here, I'm assuming that the 5 that are like immediately around the group, with the exception of the one up north, are like probably within 30 feet of me.
Yeah. So yeah, each square is only like 5 feet. So yeah, you've definitely got at least 4, maybe all 5 of them within 30 feet easily.
Okay. So Blade is going to kind of take out his hand drum, and then he's going to just give it one good wallop. And you almost kind of see like a I don't even know how to explain it. Almost like kind of like a field of just energy, just kind of maybe like purple colored, just kind of emit from it to the wolves that are the 5 wolves that are around us. And I'm going to be casting Bane.
Okay, great. Read me the language of the spell one time, if you wouldn't mind.
Yep, you got it. So I'm casting this at the 3rd level, so I get 2 additional creatures on this, so 5 total. Up to 3 creatures of your choice that you can see within range must make charisma saving throws. Whenever a creature that fails the saving throw makes an attack roll or saving throw before the spell ends, the target must roll a d4 and subtract that number rolled from the attack or saving throw.
Okay, so you need some charisma saving throws, correct?
You do, and the magic number is 16.
All right. You know, I might just roll these in chat. We'll see.
Lucky bastard.
Looks like you got all but one.
Perfect. So on their saving throws and attack rolls, you'd have to roll a d4 and just subtract that from the roll.
Okay, let me make a little note on these dudes.
Will, did you just bane 4 different targets, you beautiful bastard?
That I did.
Nicely done. Nicely done. All right. So, anything else there?
And then I'm going to, as a last act for this round, cast Inspiration on Gladier.
Yes.
So that's an extra D8, and I'd imagine Blade is just kind of holding the drum still, just kind of like lightly tapping it, not even looking at Gladier, but just kind of almost kind of making it sound like war drums to kind of intimidate the wolves a little bit. War drums with a hand drum. Yeah, that's really intimidating.
In a blizzard. All right. Moving on down, Gladier, you're actually up. What do you do here in this situation?
All right. So, hearing this fantastic drums giving me a little background music, Gladiator gets a little hyped up, and I'm going to run up to the wolf. I think it's the one that Logus Hunter marked.
Okay, yeah.
And as I'm moving past Logus, I'm gonna use a bonus action to cast level 1 healing word at him. Oh shit, that's a 4. So that is, what is it? 4 plus 1d4 plus 1. Plus 1. So you get 5 points of healing.
Very nice.
And then I'm going to take my 2 swings at that wolf with my Kopesh. Attack number 1. Not great, not bad. That is a 17 to hit.
17 hits for sure. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Yeah, no, those are D8s. I'm also actually going to pump a Divine Smite into this. So I'm just going to use one first level spell slot to add an additional 2d8 radiant damage.
All right.
So that's an 8. 1, 2. Damn it. That's 11 points of damage on the first strike. Going in for the second strike is a dirty 20.
Well, that hits.
Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. The first strike was 11 plus 5. I forgot to add my modifier. So it should have been 16 damage for the first.
Okay.
And then this one, I'm not using Divine Smite. So just 1d8 plus 5. That is 10 damage for the second hit.
All right, so 26 total.
Yes, sir. Let me see, where am I stating in this? So yeah, I'm just gonna stay right there then. It's a bonus action, some movement. Yeah, I'll stay there.
All right, so moving on down. Good old Scruff bringing up the bottom of the round. Scruff loads a crossbow bolt and fires at the wolf that had used its breath weapon against Blade. And Scruff is gonna bury a bolt deep within this beast for about 12 points of damage. Well done, Scruff.
Nice work, Scruff.
Yeah, so he cracks a bolt into one of these howling creatures, and then we are going to go back to the top of the round, which is Logos. You are up once again.
So would it be an action or a bonus action to eat some of my berries?
To do what?
To eat some of my berries?
I'll give you like a bonus action. You can eat a berry pretty quickly.
No, so I wanted to kind of clarify with you for like interacting with my hawk. Say I wanted him to stand above and keep screeching to let us know where they're at or something. Would that be an action to get him to do something, or would that be a bonus action?
It would be a standard action to make a handle animal check.
All right then. I'll just. I'll eat. I'm gonna pop down some of the berries to get some health back. I'm gonna take 9 of them and leave 1 in case of emergency, and then I'll just take my 2 attacks on the one-eye hunter's mark.
Okay, yeah. Give me a couple of attack rolls.
That is a 16 to hit.
That hits for sure.
Wow, I rolled a 5 on the dice. That's that's if 5 hits, then that'll hit. That's a 21.
Also hits for sure.
First hit though, it's a 2 plus 6, 8 points on the first hit. That's a 5 plus 6 for 11. So that's 19 points from the 2 hits. God damn it. Plus 3 for the hunter's mark, so 22 points.
22 points exactly?
Yeah, that's 2 attacks and the hunter's mark. It was 11 and 8 plus 3.
So tell me how you take this wolf down.
just kind of hunched over from the pain, this gash on his chest. Logus will kind of steady his resolve and breathe in. Remember his training. Let the arrow go and hit the beast like right under its armpit, where it's. I assume since I've hunted wolves my whole life, assume right under the armpit in the chest where the heart would be, and just.
For sure, you bury the arrow deep, and with a little bit of a yelp, Gladir, the wolf you are currently in melee combat with, snarls and coughs up a lung full of blood and collapses underneath its own weight into the white snow. Alright, so, is that it, Logus? Alright, so I'm moving on down. Valinor following up Logos. Valinor still steps forward and throws a couple of blade attacks. You know, he's got a standard, standard knight, just decked out in full plate armor with a sword and shield. He comes at it pretty hard a couple of times. I rolled an 8 twice on the die. What are the odds of that? Just enough to hit, though. Valinor steps forward and blasts this wolf twice, and similar to Gladir's first blow, each of Valinor's blows explodes with a radiant energy, like a radiant light, just kind of lights up at the moment of contact from his blade, and both attacks do this to these wolves. And Valinor, does quite a bit of damage to the northernmost wolf. All right, moving on down from Valinor, we are looking at Renwick. You are up. I'll send a quick pick, and let me know what's going on here.
Renwick is going to run underneath the wolf because, as a small creature, I can pass through the space of a creature that's size larger than me, and I assume these are large creatures, so that's 2 sizes larger.
Yep, they're large for sure.
He's going to run underneath it to the the other side, due west, and just drag his rapier across the underside of its belly as he runs. And he's going to call out and be like, "Oi, you furry fucks, come and get me!" And we'll see what happens.
Okay, yeah, give me an attack roll as you kind of run underneath the belly of the beast.
Well, that's a 3 for a 12 with the rapier.
Unfortunately, this beast's hide is a bit deceptive, and you, where you swear you would find purchase, you find nothing but shaving the bit of snow off of a bit of white fur.
And he'll get to the other side. Yeah, I imagine the rapier basically just doesn't reach the belly of this beast because he's so tiny. But he gets to the other side, and he's immediately going to try to fire his hand crossbow right up its ass. And that's going to be a 19.
That'll hit.
That's a 4, and that's also sneak attack because there's nobody near me. I'm in solo melee with that, so that one's cocked. 10, 11, 15 damage with the hand crossbow. Right up the ass. And he specifically was trying to draw the attention of the wolves away from his party as he stepped under this one and yelled out to them.
Okay, give me a performance check as you give this great dash underneath the legs and a holler and fire a bolt straight into the flank of this creature.
I really thought I had better performance, but I guess it's just +3. So we'll see. That's a 7. Nobody's paying me much mind. Other than the one I just shot in the ass.
As you go out to give this epic scream or try to holler and get their attention, the wind is blowing quite briskly and just kind of fills your mouth with snow before you get much out. All right, moving on down from Renwick. We're looking at Locris. You are up.
All right, Lucas is just going to look at the wolf and say, "Bad dog," and then smash him with the Morning Star.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
14.
That hits.
All right, that is for 14 points of total damage. 11 piercing, 3 necrotic, in case it matters.
Okay.
And then take another swing at him. 16.
That also hits.
And that one is going to be for 13 points of total damage.
All right.
So another 27.
So 27 total. So, all right. Good deal there.
And that'll end my turn.
Okay. So, you pound into this beast with your Morning Star once again. And even though it yipes and yips and attempts to get out of the way, but just can't find the quick footing on this snowy environment, after you holler at it and whomp on it a bit, it turns and snarls at you. And in clear common, this beast speaks to you and says, "Not a dog," and just kind of bares its teeth at you. Okay, moving on down. It's looking like the wolves once again. So we're going on down. One, this guy's dead already, so we're looking at wolf 2. Well, we'll see if he gets his breath weapon back. That's nope. So, Renwick, the wolf you're behind, who you just fired a bolt into his flank, he whips around and attacks you, snarls and comes at you with his maw and attempts to bite you. Let's see here.
And as he does so, he sees what looks to be almost like a blurred vision of me from my cloak of displacement, so he's going to attack with disadvantage.
Oh, very nice. He already had a D4 Bane, but disadvantage as well. All right.
That's why I was attempting to get everybody to attack me, because the odds are kind of in my favor. Unfortunately, I'm not very loud, apparently.
Okay, so I'll roll this out. All right, so. A 10, I assume, misses?
Very much so.
Well, it misses without the bane, so I'm not going to apply the bane to this particular one then. So the wolf does snarl and snap, but comes short of your actual being. And moving on to the next wolf, we're looking at Locris here. Similar situation. That's a 3, no breath weapon. So a bite attack is coming in hot at you, Locris.
That'll hit.
All right. Well, let me roll a d4 and subtract. So dirty 20 still hits.
Yeah.
And Blade will use cutting words.
Oh snap! Go ahead and roll it out.
3 or higher.
Oh, it's a D8 now. Let me just roll it in chat.
That helps. That's good odds. Of course.
No.
Right
so
on the
close.
dime.
So close. Nice shot there, Blade, but unfortunately.
Doesn't happen all the time.
Okay, I'll roll this one out. Oh, you lucky bastard. I rolled garbage. 6 total damage on the bite attack. 6 piercing damage.
Got it. That ended up hurting more than his frost breath.
Valinor also takes a chomp from old Wolfenstein up there. Not too bad, but a decent chomp finds its way to Valinor. Logos. This beast here. Nope, actually. Blade. You find that one of these beasts runs up to you and takes a chomp. Well, as he's running up, let's see if he... Oh, actually, breath weapon, unfortunately for you, Blade. I'm going to need another dexterity saving throw.
Damn. 9.
9 unfortunately doesn't do it, so you take the full 15 damage as another beam of cold energy erupts from this giant wolf's maw and your blasts into your chest, kind of just making its way immediately past all of your cold weather gear and chilling you to the bone.
Damn. Okay. Not bad though.
Okay, also, Blade. Another wolf nearby. The one
No.
Scruff buried a Bolton. He too. Give me another dexterity saving throw. In fact, both Blade and Logos give me dexterity saving throws.
Man, Logos is just standing there minding his business.
Oh, freaking drop the dice on the floor.
That 18.
18 passes, so you would only take half. So you would take 9 damage, Logos.
8.
Blade, once again, another wolf's beam of cold, piercing energy finds purchase deep within your chest, and you take the full 18 cold damage. And with
This
that,
is not good.
just when you thought it was all fucking fun games and over with, Renwick, I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw as well.
Absolutely not. But that's 21. Natty 13.
Well, nice. So you'll only take half. So you'll take, we'll call that what, 8? We'll call it 9? No, 8. We'll call it 8. We'll round down. So you take 8 cold damage as the final player on the field emerges. One of the winter wolves seems to step out of nowhere, Renwick, and be only a short distance from your face as it bellows forth a wave of cold energy. Okay, I'll send another pick real quick, and then we're going to Blade. You're up after this.
No. So Blade is not feeling very good right now, so he's going to actually hold on.
There are 2 wolves directly in front of you, within striking distance. So you're technically within melee of 2 of these giant wolves.
Okay. Let me just okay. So, I'm sorry. So remind me again on the when we drink a potion, that's a full action to get the full benefit?
Healing potion or just like a magic potion?
A healing potion.
Yeah, so we determined that you can bonus action it and roll out the die, or you can make it like a standard action and gain full benefits.
Okay. So I could healing word myself and as bonus action roll out the potion.
I thought healing word was a bonus action. I mean, you could healing word as a standard action, I guess, right?
Healing word's a bonus action, so you could do healing word bonus and then standard action health potion to get the full benefit.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Healing word can be used as both, I think. Yeah, standard and bonus if I don't use a spell. Or yeah. But okay, I'm going to do that then.
Okay.
So I'm going to chug a potion for my standard action. One of the greater healing potions that I've got.
All right. Yeah. What's that come out to, like 20 or 30 HP for max?
I would love that, but I'm skeptical. Let's see. I can never remember. Potion. So 44 plus 4. So 20.
20. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
And then I'll use bonus healing word on myself. And I will cast that at 2nd level. And that will be just rolling it on D&D Beyond. So 11 hit points from that. So 31 total from everything.
Very nice.
And that is going to end my turn. I don't think I'm going to move. With those 2 bad boys looking at.
All right. So moving on down from Blade. Gladier, you're up.
Okay, so seeing Blade getting jumped by these 2 wolves. Oh fuck, Renwick's getting jumped by 2 wolves too. Okay.
Focus on Blade. I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm going to.
This says I'm coughing blood.
Can I see how well, like how healthy Renwick is looking right now? Is he looking rough or?
If you want to go ahead and give me like a medicine check, as you kind of inspect Renwick real quick.
Not bad. 13.
I'd say that's enough. It'd be a low DC. You know Renwick pretty well. Renwick, how are you looking?
I'd say you see some frost built up on the outside of his winter clothes. He's got a little bit of a limp on one of his legs, but he's doing all right. He's definitely still holding his own against these two wolves.
All right. All right. I'm just gonna divide my assistance then. So before I run off towards Blade, I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith as a bonus action at first, which is a first level spell at Renwick. So Renwick, you get a +2 to your AC, and it's a concentration spell up to 10 minutes.
Oh, fuck yeah! Thanks, buddy.
And then I'm just gonna, I want to avoid entering that one wolf's that's attacking Renwick. I want to kind of avoid entering his melee range. I think I can do that if I like move down and then diagonal towards Blade. And then I just want to stand directly next to Blade facing the two wolves. And then when I get
So
there,
do you want to be on the side of Logus, or do you want to be on the other side of Blade? Do you want to be between Blade and Logus, or on the other side of Blade?
I want to be on the other side of Blade, like standing right next to him face to face with the two wolves.
Okay, great.
And then I'm going to give them a taste of their own medicine and use my breath weapon. So that is not a high DC, but it's a Dex save of 13.
A Dex save of 13, eh? Alright. They only get a
I feel like
+1,
probably-
so. Ooh, that's a natty one, so one for sure fails, and the other comes out with a 16.
Alright, so one takes full damage, one takes half damage. Yeah, I think it's just 2d6. Once I level up, it'll be 3d6. But for now, it's 2d6. That's not great. That's 5 damage to one, 2 damage to another.
So how much total? 7?
No. I rolled a 2 and a 3, so it's 5 total. So one of the guys takes a full 5, and the other wolf takes half, so 2. It did not roll great.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I get the leader's not really used to this freezing cold, so his breath weapon isn't as hot as it normally is.
Alright, and anything else?
No, I think that's everything I can do.
Aren't you
Yeah.
a blue dragon right now?
I don't think I changed on our way there because I don't think I mentioned that.
Yeah, you've been on the road. You're not like in the city. You're in civilization. So Valinor hasn't changed either. He's remained a gold dragon.
Yeah. So, yeah,
Okay, so before we get to Scruff at the bottom of the round, Blade, I'm going to need a couple of concentration checks from you. You took some good damage, and we'll see if you can keep that vein up.
That's right. Fuck. Okay, so with concentration, me being the newbie here, how does that work again? Is it just a straight D20?
No, it's like you should have like a concentration check, right? So I
I
believe
believe it's a Constitution save.
yeah, it's got to be. It's based on your ability scores, so it'll be. You should get some sort of bonus unless you have.
It's
It's
a
a
con save?
Constitution saving throw.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
That works. Okay. So, Constitution saving throw, and with my whatchamacallit there. Oh my gosh. What am I thinking of? Warcaster feat. I do have advantage on those rolls.
Okay, so I think it was 15 and 18 damage. So what's the remind me, fellas? What's the rule on the concentration check again?
I think
You'll
it's
need
half
a 10
damage or 10 minimum.
Yeah. So he would just have to beat a 10 for both.
Okay, give me 2 checks and beat a 10.
Well, I think he saves on a 10 also, because that's the
Yeah.
DC.
Okay, so 2 checks and 10 or higher.
Meets it beats.
Yeah, it was always half damage, half of the damage, or 10, whichever is higher.
I knew it was something about like half damage or 10. I just couldn't quite remember the language.
So the first one is 23.
Perfect.
Really?
Come on, what did I just say? Just a 10, bro. Damn. Anyway,
Oh,
unfortunately, the Bane does break.
and you just see the magic just wither.
All right, so moving on down to Scruff. He takes a shot at the one Gladier is taking toe-to-toe damage with. And an arrow arcs high and into the winter storm, failing to find its target. Scruff kind of cusses into the storm. With that, we are moving up to Logos. Top of the round, you're up.
Can I tell which one of the wolves is the most hurt?
Give me a, we'll say, a perception check on the wolves.
It would be a dirty 20.
So all of the wolves have suffered some sort of wound. All of the wolves are bleeding, and the white color of their fur and the white background makes everything look kind of dramatic. So you can't. It's hard to gauge like which wolf is the most hurt. But what you do notice is that the wolf, the very last wolf into the game, the one that appeared, nearest to Renwick, looks different than the others. It is maybe older, a bit older, more scarred. It looks like it's missing both an ear and an eye. You see a lot of flesh that is a result of like missing fur and like a really thick kind of hide indicating like scars and things like you're pretty sure the alpha of this pack is in melee with Renwick currently.
Is it the one with or without the bolt in its anus?
Without.
Noted.
In fact, Logos, the gnarlier, older looking wolf, is also the only wolf on the battlefield currently not bleeding.
Well, I guess how Hunter's Mark, the wolf that's that has the arrow in his ass, and take 2 shots at that one.
Okay, give me a couple of attack rolls.
That is a 16 to hit.
16 hits. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Let me roll, see if the second hits. Oh, man, is that a 7 or a 1? This dice I have, they have the 7 and the 1 right next to each other. It's an 18 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Okay, so I'll roll damage for the first one. That is a... Also, bonus action hunted marked. I moved it, right?
You said that already, yep.
Okay. God damn it. That is a 6 plus 6, 12. For the first hit, yeah, it's 5 plus 6 for 11 on the second hit. So it's 23 plus, oh my god, he's damaged 5. So that's 28 points of damage for the 2 attacks on the wolf with the arrow in its ass.
Once again, Logos, tell me how you take this wolf down.
Is its front or its back towards me?
Its back is towards you as it is currently trying to bite Renwick.
I'll just shoot another 2 arrows down its ass. Just the worst way for it to die.
Yeah, definitely. Another one hits the flank pretty close, but you're pretty sure you landed one straight through the lower intestine up into the heart as the the third arrow cannot be found, and the creature immediately stops moving and collapses to the ground.
And I look over at Renwick. That way you wouldn't get sandwiched between 2 wolves. You're welcome. Then I'll bonus. No. Never mind. I already did my bonus action. That'll be my turn.
Okay, moving on down to Valinor. Valinor is gonna take a couple of shots at the wolf. And with one hit and one miss. And once again, when Valinor's sword finds purchase, a burst of radiant energy comes forth, and Valinor manages to blast this wolf once again with a decent blow. Moving on down from Valinor, we're looking at Renwick. I'm gonna drop a map in the feed, and you tell me what you're doing there, Renwick.
Did I notice when that wolf spoke? Or was that more of like somebody else noticed that? Would it have been loud enough for everybody to hear if it was in common?
Give me a perception check. We'll set the DC. It is combat, but it is kind of a deep guttural voice. We'll say DC 10. If you meet it, you notice. If you didn't, you missed it.
I rolled a 14 at 11.
You definitely heard the wolf speak words.
In front of me?
Not the one in front of you. The one currently in combat with Locris.
Okay, but the one in front of me was the elder?
Yes.
Okay. I want to bonus action disengage, step back so that I am back to back with Blade and Gladier, and call out to the pack. And I'll just say, call off your pack. Nobody else needs to die here today. And I'll ready my action to... I'll ready my action to fire my hand crossbow if any other wolves attack.
Okay. Give me a persuasion check. With disadvantage due to the storm you're calling out in.
That's an 8 and a 4 for a 10.
They at least heard you. However, their reaction, you're unsure.
All right, well, I mean, he's holding his hand crossbow at the ready, but he didn't take that direct swing, so he's hoping it's going to pay off. But he's back to back with his buddies now, if anything.
Okay, moving on down. Low, Chris, you are up.
It's pretty windy, so Locris is going to say he didn't hear Renwick
Okay.
and try and finish out this wolf in front of me.
Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
$22. And that'll be for 17 points of damage.
Okay, yeah.
And take another swing at him.
All right, give me another attack roll.
14.
14 hits.
For another 15 points of damage. So that's 32 total.
Go ahead and tell me how you finish off this beast.
So a little weirded out that a wolf just talked to him. He kind of backhands him with the Morning Star, and then with a follow through on the top of the skull, just yells, "Play dead."
And as a sickening thud connects, the wolf drops lifeless to the frozen floor.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to move my hex to this lone wolf up here on the west side. And disadvantage on strength checks.
Okay, say that one more time. Which one?
The one on the west, the left side of the stage left.
Okay, great. All
My
right.
turn.
Okay, moving on down from Locris. The wolves definitely go move to attack Renwick. So if you would like to take a shot, go ahead. Before the wolves turn official, they definitely move to attack. So tell me which wolf you're shooting at.
I guess in this instance, whichever wolf moved to attack first, I'm going to take a shot at. And that's a dirty 20.
Okay, that's the wolf engaging Valinor. So dirty 20 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Now, I believe that's also sneak attack because I did not use sneak attack on my turn. So I'm pretty sure that's a d6 plus sneak attack.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Roll it out. Sounds good to me.
So that's 5 plus 9, 14 for sneak attack with the hand crossbow.
All right, well done. Well done. The bolt finds purchase in the once again in the creature's flank as it snarls and goes to attack Valinor, which it does successfully. Give Valinor a good chomp. All right, moving on down. So let's see. The wolf in front. One of the wolf in front of Blade. That's a 6 for the breath weapon. I'm gonna need. Let's see here. I'm gonna need Renwick and Blade to give me dexterity saving throws.
$16.
16 for Blade.
Okay, so you both pass, and the damage was 19, so they'll be halved as you guys try to quickly get out of the way of this Arctic blast of this wolf's maw. So you guys take 9 total damage. Now, next to him, the one in front of Grenadier does not actually get his breath weapon back. So he goes in for a bite attack on Gladier, but due to pack tactics, he gets advantage. So we're looking at an 11 on the die becomes a 17. Does a 17 hit there, Gladier?
17 just hits.
Well, 17 was the high, fortunately for me. So let's see.
I'm sure he doesn't want to slash at me instead of right.
13 total piercing damage from the maw of this beast as it finds purchase on your leg, chomping quite hard and drawing blood, even through a few pieces of your armor.
Ouch.
All right, now towards the alpha of the group. She runs forward and also attacks. Looks like it's gonna have to be you, Gladier, to get the full advantage of everything. So let's see if breath weapon comes into play. Does not. So once again, coming at you. I got a 19. And I rolled 2 13s in back to back for advantage. So comes out to a 19 both times, Gladier.
Can Blade use cutting words to negate one of those potentially?
Yeah, the 19 is what hit. So go ahead and roll some cutting words. What's your? You got to do a 2 or higher, or a 1 or a 2, right? What's your AC? 17.
17. So he needs to get 3 or more.
3 or more. Once again, Blade.
Not again.
No. Do you roll a 2? Oh, you're using me, right? Ah, nice.
Ah, well,
Right.
with the help of your some bardic one of your bardic allies, the chomp just kind of fails to find you, Gladier. Missing you by inches, but still. So what do you say to this wolf to throw it off?
He's going to say something because he saw the one wolf take a good bite of his leg, and Blade's going to yell out and be like, "You're not going to take that other leg either." And that's it. I don't know. I couldn't really think of anything.
It's enough. It works. Kind of takes a double take as it stares at you. Yeah, kind of thrown off just enough.
Perfect.
All right, Blade. After Blade, it is Gladier. You are up. I'll send a new pick real quick, and then let me know what you're doing.
Wait, has Blade gone yet? I thought the wolves just finished their
Oh wait, you know what? I threw that off because of his fancy. You know what? Yeah, Blade, you're up. My bad. Let me send a new pick.
No problem.
Threw me off with your cutting words.
Yeah, it's kind of weird jumping in and out here and there.
Reactions, they happen. Okay, so drop a new pick in the feed. You guys are all kind of bunched up. Blade, you've got now 3 wolves within striking distance of you, but also a couple of allies. So, what do you do?
Okay. Do. So Blade is going to look at not the elder, because the elder wolf's right behind me, right? Or the older one.
It is the one kind of south of Renwick.
Okay, so yeah, on my left. So I'm going to look at the wolf that is on the one that's the bottom of the right side.
Okay.
And I'm just going to look at him and say, "Run while you still can. You won't survive." And I'm going to cast Suggestion.
All right, nice. Go ahead and read me the language of the spell real quick as I get ready to roll some dice. I'm sure.
Okay, it's a little bit of a long one, but it just says you suggest a course of activity limited to a sentence or two and magically influence a creature you can see within range that can hear and understand you. So I'm assuming, like, hearing the common, that I would understand, or assume that they would understand me, but I don't know for sure. But it says creature that can't be charmed, can't be charmed or immune to this effect. Suggestion can be worded in such a manner that makes the course of action sound reasonable. Asking the creature to stab itself, whatever harm itself, will shut down the spell. Essentially, I can't ask it to do that. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it pursues the course of action to the best of its ability. And for the duration. And it's a concentration spell.
Okay, so you need a wisdom saving throw from me, eh?
Correct.
All right, we're looking at a 17.
That just does it.
Ah. Sorry, buddy.
It was worth a shot.
Unfortunately, the magic fizzles and does not quite come to fruition as you had hoped. Anything else you want to do? Still got like a bonus action, maybe a little movement?
I'm going to stay right close to my buddies here, and I am also going to give a little bit of inspiration to my pal Gladier.
Nice. All right. Well, coincidentally enough, Gladier, you are up. What do you do from here?
Okay, can I do like a quick, like just whip my head around and just like look to see which one of these wolves looks the most hurt, most bloodied and damaged?
Yeah. Go ahead and give me, we'll say, a perception check on these guys.
They're all like right in my fucking face. Holy shit. I rolled well, which means I'm probably going to miss my attacks. That is a 19.
Unfortunately, it's kind of hard to discern which wolves are hurt more. But the alpha wolf, the main mega wolf, is definitely in tip-top shape. But the other three have been wounded, but it's hard to discern in the environment and with all of the crimson on all of the white who is wounded mortally, where, or when, if at all. You know.
All right, and the alpha is the one behind me on the west side of the map?
Correct.
Okay. Shit. Do I go for the alpha or do I go for the ones that are already hurt? Oh boy, oh. Shoot. Let's save those potions. Fuck. Oh, I'm dumb. I forgot about my shield. I could have gotten resistance on. Sorry, I just realized I could have gotten resistance on that last attack with the piercing damage. Anyways, I'm just gonna go for the two wolves that I've already hit. Just keep focusing on them because I know I've damaged them. I'm gonna go for the one on the south side. So the one directly in front of me. Just gonna take 2 swings with my Kopesh.
Okay, great. Give me a couple of attack rolls.
That's good. Oh shit. For once, I'm not rolling garbage. Thank God. That is a 15 on the die for the first one, which comes out to 23, and then a natty 20 on the second attack.
Very nice. Both hit.
Alright, so first, the not crit is 10 damage. And for the crits, that's 8 on the die. So 16 plus 5, 21. So 31 damage total.
Damn, you just straight fucking wallop this beast with your Kopesh and find purchase twice, and you know, definitely carve quite a bit more crimson splatter around on the white snow. You know, pure ice and things now tainted with the crimson color about it.
And then that's my last spell slot. Nah, yeah, that's my turn. I'm gonna save my spells until dire straits.
All right, bringing up the bottom of the round is Scruff, who fires again. And once again, a bolt sails a bit too high into this winter storm, missing its target. With that, we're going back to the top of the round. Logos, you are up.
How many of the wolves are left? Sorry.
You've got 4 total. One of them is the alpha.
Scruff is really fucking it up. Not doing shit out here.
Scruff flips you off.
Do any of it? Can I do another perception check on how hurt they are?
Yeah, go ahead.
$17 total.
Unfortunately, it just seems kind of the same as before. The 3, like, kind of on the right side of the road have taken some damage, and they're definitely kind of bleeding, but it's hard to discern between what's actually on them and what's in the snow. They blend it very well with their background, even when there's the crimson flow coming from them. But the alpha is still unhurt.
Can I move up a little bit, like away from, just so I'm not lined up with anyone, so we quit getting double damaged on these breath weapons?
Okay, yeah. Where do you want to move to?
I'd like to get a little bit closer to Valinor, and actually, I'm gonna help Valinor with that wolf.
Okay, so how much closer? You got about 15 feet between you and Valinor. 15. If you move all 15, you're like right next to him. So how close do you want to get?
Let me move up 5 and maybe to the left 10.
Okay, great. And then what?
And I'm a bonus action move my hunter's mark to the wolf in front of Valinor. He's just going toe to toe with, and take my 2 attacks at it.
All right, excellent. Go ahead and give me a couple of attack rolls.
Oh, yeah, that's a 15 on the die. That one hits.
For sure hits.
Plus Oh, that's an 18 on the die. So
That one hits too, for sure. Roll out some damage.
10 points for the first hit. 13 points for the second hit. That's 23 plus 1. So 24 points of damage total.
Damn, very nice. A couple of arrows sink deep into this beast, and it looks to be on death's door.
I just kind of look at Valinor and give him a thumbs up like I got his back, and that'll be my turn.
All right, so moving on down, looking like from Logus to Valinor. Valinor takes a couple of swings at this beast. I'm gonna roll a different one. Unfortunately, Valinor chokes hard and cannot find any purchase. He must have been distracted by your arrows, Logos, as he squares up. His next two sword swings are coming in such an arc that the animal has time to step away as he's desperately swinging for a killing blow, but comes in a little too slow. The wolf dodges at the last moment.
I'll just you got this, Valinor. Don't worry about it.
He cusses in Draconic under his breath, yeah. We're looking at Renwick. Oh, you definitely hear him call out to Pelor. Yeah.
And I understand his curse words, and I'm just in the grass, like in the bag, just like, ay, oh my gosh.
All right, yeah, for sure. And Renwick, you are up. What are you doing?
So the alpha's still off to the side alone. The wolves are not standing down, correct?
Correct.
All right. Renwick is going to anime run at the, I guess, the Elder Wolf and take a swing at it and just call out and be like, I said to stand down! And just bring that rapier down across the front of his face. And we'll see what happens.
All right, great. Give me an attack roll.
It's 18.
That'll hit.
That's 1d8. So 3 plus 6, I believe. Yeah, so 9 damage plus sneak attack because there's not an ally in range.
Wait a minute, there is an ally in range.
Oh, I'm sorry, somebody moved up on the Elder Wolf.
The Elder Wolf.
You, Blade, and Gladier are all within melee range of the Elder Wolf.
Do I have enough movement to where I can get on the other side of him? Because I can pass through the squares of creatures that are larger than me. And I'm a small creature.
Yeah, so where do you want to go? You definitely
I'll just
got
go to the
movement.
far side of him.
Yeah,
if
to
I
his
can.
flank? Sure, for sure.
Yep. Yeah, full-blown flank. I'll just run right underneath him. And I'll drag that rapier across because it sounded cool the first time and it didn't work.
All right, yeah, give me an attack roll.
Well, that was the attack. But with sneak attack,
All right,
it was 9 damage plus a 5, 4, and a 3. So 12, I believe. Yeah. 12, 9, 21 damage.
Damn, very nice. Yeah, as you kind of run underneath the beast and plunge upward, you make sure to go much farther than before. Yeah, the long, shaggy, white mane of these beasts kind of is deceptive, and you definitely find a bit of purchase as you run by and carve, and a bit of crimson trail kind of forms behind you as you run.
And I believe I still have a bonus action, so hand crossbow to the anus. I rolled a 1, but I can re-roll 1s. That's a 12 for a 21, or sorry, for a dirty 20.
That'll hit.
And that's going to be 2 points of damage. Right in the butt.
Once again, plunges right into the flank. Perfectly aimed. All right, moving on down from Renwick, we're looking at Locris.
All right. I'm going to. Let's see. Where did he show that? All right. I'm going to yell out, Leroy Jenkins. Then I'm going to charge the wolf directly in front of me and jump on him and attack him.
Okay, yeah, that's the alpha that is Renwick's currently terrorizing as well. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
$26.
That hits for sure.
Plus 6 plus 26. 13 points of damage. 9 piercing, 4 necrotic if it matters. Then I'll take another swing at him.
All right.
Oop. All right, so that's a natural 20. However, I need
we
to
gotta
roll
rewind a natural 20 for you, buddy. Give me a 1d2.
Got a 1 on that. And I think he said it remains on a 1 and changes on a 2.
Correct. So as you land this crit, a bit of smoke, a bit of like necrotic black smoke like energy emits from the dagger on your belt. And as you strike the blow, it too straightens as if striking your enemy. And you do an additional d6 of necrotic damage.
Is that d6 going to be doubled as well, or is it just going to be a straight roll on that?
Just a straight roll on that.
Okay. Then first I'm going to roll my damage die and my hex. So that's 9 double to 18 plus 6 for 24. And then 1d6 of additional necrotic for another 3. So 27 total damage.
Very nice. Find a purchase with a couple of blows up against this alpha wolf, and you definitely find purchase. And though it seems like when you club into this beast, it seems a little more hardy, a little more resistant than the ones you had previously struck, but it definitely yields the same results. Great splatters of crimson, both on your blade and the snow.
And then I'll just whisper in his ear, "Who's a good boy?" And that'll end my turn.
All right, so moving on down from Locris, we're looking at the wolves. All right, so Valinor is going to get an attack of opportunity as this wolf comes raging down into the pack, which that's 3 misses in a row for good old Valinor as it rushes forth into the fray here. Let me roll to see if it gets its breath weapon back. It does. All right. Blade and Gladier, give me dexterity saving throws.
Does this breath weapon also hit the wolves behind it?
Potentially, yes.
Oh, that's not great. That's a 10.
13 for Blade.
Oh shit! Sorry, guys. I muted the wrong thing. Did you guys catch any of that? My bad. I hit the wrong mute button on the wrong mic, so I was talking to myself for a second. 18 damage total. 10 Gladier, unfortunately, is a fail, so you take 18. Blade, you did pass, actually, so you take 9. All right, moving on down. Wolf number 5. We're going to see how his breath weapon's looking. No breath weapon for him. Blade, a bite attack comes your way, and he gets advantage due to pack tactics, which he needs because I just rolled a 1 for the first one, so...
Give him disadvantage.
Say that again?
I use my feet protection. So it's just, if he has advantage, I impose disadvantage, so it's just a straight roll.
Well, then that is a critical fail, as this beast just snaps at you, Blade, and due to a quick shuffle in the snow and some movement by Gladier, it is distracted just enough and misses you by inches as it snaps its snout your way. Moving on down, we're looking at the one now in front of you, Gladier. Unfortunately, also gets advantage due to pack tactics. Oh, fucking kidding me? The first one is also a 1. That's crazy. That's twice in a row. And the next one is going to be an 11, I think. So that will also miss, I do believe.
Oh, thank God.
A snout snaps just inches from your face. And moving back to the now the alpha, we're going to see about the breath weapon. No breath weapon. A snarling attack at you, Gladier, unfortunately. First one is going to be a 23, but I get advantage. Second one's like a 9, so 23 to hit, Gladier.
And Blade will use cutting words.
All right, excellent. Give me a roll. What do you say to this wolf this time?
Seems like you're a little hungry. You want a frosty paw? Not that those were even invented at that time. Or
Well, congratulations, you just invented it now.
It's canon.
perfect. All right, 1d8.
So close.
So close. You know,
That brings it to my AC, so...
Gladier, that is 11 points of piercing damage coming your way from a bite.
Yeah, Gladier stumbles down to one knee for a second before shakily standing back up.
All right, so that being the wolves official, we are back down to Blade. You're up.
So Blade, seeing that Gladier so heroically defended him from that attack previously, is going to, because I'm standing right next to him, right?
Correct. You are standing right next to Gladier.
Blade will, even though it's a casting spell, I'm just going to kind of grab his shoulder and just say, thank you, and may you have more strength. And I'm going to cast Healing Word on Gladier at the second level.
Okay, nice. Roll that out. What was the word? He's giving him strength.
Yeah, basically just have the strength to keep defending me, because honestly, I can't live without you guys. So he will get. I'm just gonna roll it out on here. Second level. So he is going to get the worst possible roll I could get. 2 1s on that. So 7 healing.
Better than nothing, I guess, for sure.
Oh my god, this is awful. And Blade is also going to turn towards Logos and give him a little bit of inspiration.
Nice. How does your inspiration transpire there?
He's going to kind of reach out towards not Gladiator, Logos and be like, "May your arrows be true, and they strike the ones before us." And yeah, that'll be it. I'm not going to move anywhere.
Oh, come on. Are you sure? Are you sure? I'll let you.
I really want to. But I won't.
All right. Moving on down. Gladiator, you are up.
Yeah,
Is that
so
inspiration a D6 or a D8?
D8.
D8.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so my dumbass just remembered that I still have inspiration that I haven't used, and I could have used it on that saving throw and succeeded.
God, I wanted to remind you
Oh.
so bad, but as the DM, it's kind of makes me just giggle off mic when I'm like, haha, you could have not. You could have not.
It makes me feel worse.
All right, oh, man. All right, well, I remember now, so hopefully I keep remembering.
I disagree with that last statement, but continue.
Yeah, I'm just gonna attack the same wolf I have been attacking, the one that Scruff has been missing with his stupid crossbow.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Give me a couple of attack rolls.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna do them one at a time, just in case he goes down. That is a 19 to hit for the first.
That'll hit.
Crap. Should I pump a divine smite? No. Alright, so 1d8 plus 5. That's 8 damage for the first strike. Is he dead?
Not dead, unfortunately. You carve a good wound into his right shoulder, but doesn't quite hit as firm as you'd like. Their fur is quite deceiving, a little hard to come into contact with.
Oh, these bastards. They're probably resistant. Fuck it. I'm gonna swing again on the same wolf. That's 25 to hit.
Oh, that'll hit.
Alright, this time I'm gonna pump. I'm gonna use Divine Smite, use my last first level spell.
Alrighty, fuck yeah, roll out some damage.
1d8 plus 5, so that's 7, plus 2d8 in radiant damage. That's another 8, so 15 more damage.
Alright, how much damage total this turn then?
15 for the second, and it was 8. No, fuck. What was the
8 was the first one, right?
first? Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
Yeah,
just
so
making sure.
23 total.
All right, definitely find purchase in a couple of blows. In the second blow, kind of similar to Valinor's strikes. When you find purchase with the smite, your weapon just bursts as soon as you come into contact with the beast's flesh. It bursts into a radiant energy, just kind of erupts from it, doing a bit of extra damage. Anything else?
And he's still alive, this motherfucker. Okay. I'll use my bonus action to use a standard potion of healing. It's a 2d4
Nice.
plus 2. That's a 4 and a 1 plus 2 for 7.
Very nice. All right. Bring him to anything else, Gladier?
Yeah, I'm not moving.
You sure you don't want some opportunity attacks? Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Scruff fires another bolt. This one actually finds purchase in the beast, and yet another bolt is buried into the creature you're doing melee with. Gladier sinks deep, gives a bit of a yelp, but still manages to stay on its feet. And with that, we are going back to the top of the round. Logos, you are up.
Fine. So there's still 4 left surrounding the group.
Correct.
You know what? I'm just gonna Hunter's Mark and the Alpha and let a couple arrows loose at him.
Okay, bonus action Hunter's Mark. Go ahead and give me a couple attack rolls.
Oh, that's a natural 20 on the first one.
Very nice.
Let me roll that one separately. Oh, that's 8 damage on the first one. And 3 damage on the second one. So that's 11 plus 6. 17 points of damage for the first attack.
Isn't the first attack a critical hit?
Yeah, so I was a little confused. Do I roll the damage die twice or do I just double the 8?
I mean, it's your preference. I mean, the range of numbers is still the same. I prefer to just double the die rolled. So if it's if it's 1d6 and you crit, well, you roll 2d6. But some people prefer to just roll the 1d6 and then times it by 2. I will accept either way. I'm not particular.
Okay, well then I rolled max damage on the first roll, so I'll just double it. So that's 16 plus 6, so 22 points for the first arrow. And the second attack, that's 23 to hit.
So after the first blow, the critical hit, it definitely hits kind of just similar to the others. You find the sweet spot as it's kind of ignored you and started taking interest in your enemies. You wait patiently for it to move just right, and you plunge an arrow through the ribs straight to the heart, and you drop the alpha quickly, and you still have an extra shot.
Logos will just kind of look at the group a little surprised. I didn't expect it to drop that fast. And I'll just take a second attack at one of the other wolves that's surrounding me, the one closest to me.
Okay, give me another attack roll.
Oh my god, that's a natural one. That's insane. A nat 20 and a nat 1 on the same fucking attack action.
It just whistles through the air into the white beyond, and you never see it again. All right, moving on down is Valinor. Valinor turns to the party, and once again begins uttering some divine words, praying out loud, and the holy symbol on his chest erupts with like a golden energy, and we'll say Blade and Gladier, both of you take 10 points of healing comes your way.
I will serve Valinor forever.
Aside from that, Valinor just moves into the fray to into melee range, but has spent his bonus and standard action throwing some spells around. So Valinor moves into combat, but can't do anything else. Moving on down to Renwick.
Well, I think at this point we're just kind of cleaning up the mess. So he's just going to run to the nearest wolf and brandishing his rapier, just be like, well, at least we can say we tried to warn him. And he'll take a swing. I'm assuming I'm within movement range of at least one wolf.
Oh, easily. You can come up next to Gladier and get in on some of the action without too much trouble. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Do I have enough movement speed to get to where I'm not within 5 feet of an ally? It looks like I might just have it if I kind of get on that southern flank of the wolf, or...
Yeah, you for sure. You can move around there and give her an attack
Perfect.
roll.
And so that's going to be... Holy shit. That's a nat 20 with the rapier, and that's also a sneak attack since I'm not within 5 feet of an ally.
Damn!
I think this is my first sneak attack natty 20 as a rogue, so I'm pretty fucking pumped. That's a 10 for the rapier, and a 12 for sneak attack, 22, 44 damage.
So tell me how you kill this thing.
I'd imagine he runs up with everything that's going on, and he's so small, these wolves just tower over him, and he slides down as he's running up underneath the head of the wolf and just rapier straight through the top of its skull. And then he'll bonus action fire the hand crossbow while his rapier is still in this wolf's skull at the wolf slightly north of him.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
That is 13.
A 13 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, no shit. All right, sweet. I was going to say that made it dramatically less cool, but now I feel good. 3 points of damage on that.
All right, yeah, for sure. Lands true. Buries somewhere underneath the very various furs of this beast. Anything else, Renwick?
I think that'll do it. I'm going to hang out right there with Gladier.
All right, we're looking at Locris. You are up.
Okay, and which one did he just kill?
I will send a new pick real quick. There are 2 wolves left. The one that was battling Valinor, and one in melee with Blade.
Alright. I'm going to move my hex to the one by Blade. And I'm going to run up and jump over Renwick and come swinging down with the Morning Star on him.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
Uh, 23.
That'll hit for sure.
And that'll be for 14 points of damage. And I'll take a second swing.
All right.
All right, let's see what this one does. Another one. So another natty 20 that stays.
Oh, nice. Once again, a weird smoky mist seems to form around your dagger, and as you strike true, the smoke seems to like whip and strike along with you, striking your enemy and doing an additional d6 of necrotic damage.
Okay, that's 8 plus 6, 14 points damage, plus another 4. So 18 points of additional damage on the second hit.
Damn, yeah, you brought him right to death's door. You know, he's looking to be pretty rough shape, but he's still up.
And then I just give him little scritches under his chin. And that'll end my turn.
He snarls at you for sure. Locris. Then moving on down to the wolves. Alright, so they're in a shit situation right now, so there might be some fuckery afoot here. Alright, so once again, Blade. No, you know what? We're gonna move him a little bit. So, taking a quick side step. Let's see if their breath weapon comes back. 6 on the die. Nice. Ha. So, I need Blade, Renwick, and Gladier. You know what? 5, 10, 15. I'm going to say Locris is just on the edge of this cone, so you're not effective. But I need Blade, Gladier, and Renwick to give me dexterity saving throws.
I will probably use my inspiration that I'm remembering now.
Is this a cone or a line effect? Because I do believe that I was at least 5 feet away from an ally on that last turn.
It's a cone effect.
Alright, yeah, it was worth a shot. That is a 25, though.
13 with inspiration.
13's enough. 25 definitely beats it. Blade, 18, nice. I rolled garbage on the damage, so you take a whopping 4 damage from this breath weapon. And the other wolf, he is going to straight disengage and begin to flee. So, we are going to go. He got a decent way, a little bit away, but I'll send an updated battle map real quick. Moving on down from the wolves, that we're looking at Blade once again. So one wolf is actually still within melee range of you, while another seems to be fleeing.
So the one, can I do like a perception check just to see how it's looking health wise?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check.
$15.
The one nearest to you is neither wolf looks to be in the best of shape. Both of them are bleeding a lot. It's hard to discern exactly where their health is because of their furry, fluffy kind of nature, but they're both bleeding profusely.
Okay. Um, so the one that Locris was attacking, was that the one that's fleeing?
Correct. The one fleeing is currently like got Locris's hex on it.
Okay. I kind of want to try that. So the one running away, he might be close, within 60 feet.
For sure.
Okay. Blade is going to just go ahead and yell at the wolf running away and just say, "What are you, a little scaredy cat?" And he's going to cast Vicious Mockery at him.
Okay, great. What do you need from me again?
So I just need a Wisdom saving throw from you of 16.
Okay, only get a +1. 10 on the die becomes an 11, so I fail.
Okay, so he has disadvantage on his next attack, which it doesn't look like he's going to be making, but I also get to roll 2 1d4s for damage on him.
Nice. All right, go ahead and roll that out.
So 4 damage is what he's going to be taking.
He definitely like yipes and like tilts his head a bit and like starts running in a little bit different angle than he was before, but stays up for the most part.
Shit. All right. And I think that is going to end my turn.
All right, so moving on down from Blade, we are looking at Gladier. You are up.
Okay. Let's see. How far away is that? 1, 2, 3. So it's 30 feet away. Fuck it. I'm not gonna let this guy get away. I'm gonna throw 2 javelins at him.
Okay, great. Give me a couple of attack rolls.
Is it +7 to hit? That's a 16 and a 12.
16 hits, 12 does not, unfortunately.
Alright, so one hit is a d6 plus 4. 7 damage.
7 damage.
Right in the asshole. I'm aiming for it.
And once again, landing us right in the flank, hard enough that it sticks to the white fur for sure. And now limping with 2 legs as he tries to limp quickly away upon death's door, but not quite down.
Okay. Then bonus action. Do I have anything I can do? No. Feeling a little beaten up. I'm gonna move like 10 feet backwards towards Scruff and end my turn.
Okay, moving on down, back to Scruff. 10 feet towards Scruff. Scruff is going to fire at the fleeing wolf. And it sails high once again, off into the the vast snowy distance. Blown off course by the wind, he'll say, for sure. And then that'll go back to the top of the round there. Logos, you are up.
How far away is the fleeing wolf at this point?
From you, it's looking like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. About 45, maybe 50 feet from you.
That's well within my range. I'll just take the 2 shots at it. Move up a little bit if I have to.
It's well within your range. You got a clear shot. Go ahead and give me a couple attack rolls.
It's a 17 on the first one.
That'll hit.
And that's 10 points on the first attack.
Go ahead and tell me how you dropped this wolf.
I want to kind of feel the wind, in this mountain, and then you'll see Logus kind of move his bow off to the right a little bit, so it looks like he shoots the arrow off to the right, and then you'll just see the wind and stick it right in the neck of the wolf, kind of like a Hawkeye moment.
Very nice. And as your arrow plunges deep into the neck, the wolf collapses to the ground with a crimson puddle slowly coming forth, surrounding it.
And then I'll kind of, Logus, he'll kind of smugly look over at Scruff and, you have to adjust for the wind, Scruff. It is a cold mountain.
He flips you off again.
Love you too, buddy. Is there any other wolves here, or is that it?
There's one wolf remaining, also in rough shape. Still about actually 5 feet from you. But it's got Valinor on one side and Blade on the other, with the party on the other side of Blade. So.
I'll just try to take it out of its misery.
All right, give me an attack
And
roll.
I forgot to put bonus action, but I'll Hunter's mark this one just to make sure I try to finish it off.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
Oh yeah, that hits. 17 plus 11.
That'll do it.
It's 5 plus 6 for 11 plus the Hunter's mark for another 5. 16 points of damage.
And once again, another arrow finds its mark and drops this massive wolf to the ground in a puddle of its own crimson fluids. And the party is now out of combat. So, as you guys kind of take a minute to gain your bearings, I am going to take a quick restroom break. I'll be right back, fellas.
I like to think Logus is kind of smug since, elves are usually pretty smug.
All right, that wasn't too bad. That ice breath was a little jarring, but I think we handled that all right.
Renwick sheathes his blade, puts his hand crossbow away, and starts dusting off all the ice that has built up on him from taking 3 or 4 breath weapons. And he's just like, yeah, all things considered, I'd take that over a fucking bullywug any day.
Glitter says everything through chattering teeth.
Gladiator, wouldn't you be resistant to the cold if you were a blue dragon?
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that, but it's really more just cold damage, not necessarily the cold temperature of the mountains. So I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think we were going to find ice-breathing wolves on the way, but I guess I should have taken some weird shit into account.
Well, it's probably best you save that fancy belt of yours for when we get into a town or closer to the keep so you can at least disguise yourself. I'd rather you take the damage now and have it disguised later on. Not the person.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, so as the
That's
battle kind of comes to an end, Valinor and Scruff are both, panting heavily and look to the party and offer their aid if needed. Valinor speaks up. Is there anyone who is injured beyond reasonable travel capacity? I could help you out. And Scruff too produces a standard healing potion, one in each hand.
Logus will definitely plop on the ground and Valinor, I could use some help here. Still kind of bleeding from the gash in his wound and kind of dusting off the icicles from the breath weapons he took.
Valinor hits you with a lay on hands worth of 15 hit points. So you gain 15.
Metagaming wise, I'm sitting at about half health. I don't know where everybody else is at, but I took about 4 breath weapons in the middle of all that. So
I was
Oh,
literally
wow.
knocked down to 27 of 54. That I'm pretty sure it's exactly half health.
You guys notice that with the pack officially slain, the weather around you guys kind of lightens a bit. It is still snowing large, kind of fluffy snowflakes upon you, but the bitter, stinging wind is no longer prevalent. It slowly dies off, and it is just kind of still snowing, but not as quite a harsh environment as prior to the battle.
Glader would walk up to Scruff. Had some healing potions, right?
He produces a couple of standard healing potions, looking to help out anyone in the party. More than likely to hand them out. So you take one for sure if you'd like.
Yeah, and I'd toss one of those to Blade too. Here you go, Blade. You probably need this pretty badly too.
Well, it's definitely not going to hurt.
It's
And he'll
another 5 healing. Better than nothing. Is anyone else hurt pretty badly? I got, a little bit of healing left in me if anyone needs something.
I mean, I'm still limping a bit, so if Scruff or Valinor here can help us out, that'd be fantastic. But otherwise, I can figure something out. I've got a handful of potions on me. I was just trying to save them for later.
Yeah, I'd walk up to Renwick and just say put my hand on his shoulder, but he's a little short. I just kind of Glader would kind of pat him on the head and just kind of like a sparkling like radiant energy just kind of flows down your body and heals some of your wounds. And use lay on hands for 10 extra healing.
And as you do that, he'll just kind of look up at you and be like, normally I like it when you play with my hair, but this is nice. This feels good. And he just kind of, it looks like he warms up a little bit.
Well, everyone is healing up. Logus would like to go start getting to work on these wolves and obviously trying to get their fur and any other like valuable things I can get out of them since they're big ass wolves.
Okay, go ahead and if you want to harvest the pelt, go ahead and give me. We'll call it. What were we calling it before? Survival, I think, right?
Yeah, we're doing survival.
Okay, yeah, give me a survival check.
And Gladiator's gonna go and try and take the one javelin out of the wolf's ass that he threw, and then try and find the second one that missed.
It takes a bit of searching, but now that the wind has calmed down, it's not so hard. You do recover your javelins.
Renwick would like to go carve up the sage or like the older wolf specifically after Gladiator heals him. If that's all right.
Okay, yeah. What are you trying to take from the wolf, the alpha?
I would say fangs, claws, and pelt. And if there's any particular organ that's linked to that ice breath, I'd be on the lookout for that.
Okay, we'll say give me a survival check as well. What'd you get, Logos?
Oh, I haven't rolled yet. Renwick, would you like to help me with my wolf first, or I help you? Or do you want to have a little challenge, see who comes out better?
Oh, let's just see how we do. And then he'll pull out his masterwork dagger and go to town.
Okay, so as you guys pull these daggers out and get ready to go to town, carving up these beasts, give me perception checks, both of you. Rather, the whole party. Give me perception checks.
I rolled a 1, which I can re-roll for a 2, which is a 5.
Natural 20 for a 21.
Nice.
19.
23
For Blade.
perception, 15 survival.
Well, Gladier and definitely hears it, points it out. Logos, you pick it up as well. As you guys get to work on skinning a couple of these beasts, you hear an all too familiar howl off in the distance.
Fellas, we might want to make this quick and get to moving. There might be more of them out there. Sounds like there's more of them.
Yeah, I heard that too. I mean, that could just mean more pelts, which means more money.
I'd rather not die before we even get to see the Silver Queen. If I'm gonna die, it's gonna be by her.
As much as I want to carve these guys up, our best move might be to hurl them off the side of the cliff so we don't leave a trail and get the fuck out of here.
Blade just says, I think it was the wind, guys. I don't think it was anything.
Did it sound far away or did it sound close?
As you kind of stop to listen, it's clear that the howling doesn't actually stop. You hear a howl coming from far behind you. You hear a howl kind of in communication almost, come from far in front of you. You hear it coming from up the mountain. You hear it coming from down the mountain. You're clearly not entirely safe at the moment.
Yeah, double time, boys. Let's get to moving. I'm not trying to die on this cold mountain.
Well, with that 15 survival on the way, like while everyone's getting ready to leave, could I at least try to get a couple fangs out or something?
Oh yeah, we'll say you guys can take a bit of a short rest, and you do have time to carve up at least one of Renwick and you both. So what did you roll, Renwick, on the survival?
Survival is going to be a 21, natty 18.
And what were you trying to harvest specifically?
I had told you initially the fangs, claws, pelt, and if there's something linked to the ice breath, I don't know if there's like a gland or anything, I'd be on the lookout for it.
Okay, so give me a nature check on the gland and choice on which are you're only gonna have time to harvest, a one of those from the beast. So which would you prefer?
That's a 4 on the nature check, so I'm gonna go with the pelt because it's a pretty big ass creature, so that's a lot of pelt.
All right, yeah, the two of you both managed to cleave, skillfully skin and take the pelt off of one of these, so you can each add a pelt, a winter wolf pelt to your inventory. Unfortunately, Logos, it looks like the pelt Renwick got suffered a little less damage in the battle than yours. Yours looks a little holy.
Right before we leave, could Glader just try and because these are big wolves, so I'm assuming they're like canines are quite large. I'm not trying to be fancy. Can I just try and grab one of the canines and just try and brute force yank it out like a shitty dentist?
Yeah, go only because you used shitty dentist as a analogy. Yeah, for sure. Give me a strength check.
That's a 15 plus 4 for a 19.
You successfully pull a couple of good canines out. You grab, they're pretty big, so you get a firm a grip with your hand on a couple of good incisor canines and rip them right out.
All right, I'm good. Then I'm just gonna start moving up the trail. Be like, all right, guys, we should probably get going while the going's good.
All right, so the party quickly collects themselves and continues their frozen march upward up the mountain. And onward for many hours, you do still hear the howling. However, after some time, it becomes less frequent, less intense, and eventually fades away altogether, as does the slightly falling snow. The skies do eventually turn back to a bright and brilliant blue, and just before the sun looks like it's going to crest on the horizon, you guys come upon a place known as Whitehorn Lookouts. Halfway up the only road on the ice-covered mountain, surrounded by about 20-foot stone walls. The area within is guarded from the harshness of the cold. A few taverns and inns and a common marketplace are here. Many of the buildings are here look to be like military or mining barracks. There are two separate mines within the city walls. A single road passes through the guarded gates on either side of town. So as you guys kind of approach these guarded gates, many silver and white dragonborn dressed in the purple colors of the Silver Queen kind of scrutinize your approach. However, it looks like Valinor seems to carry some weight as his alter ego, Saint Bernard. And it is with a quick, hushed conversation and the wave of a hand that Saint Bernard and his party are ushered into Whitehorn Lookout through these massive stone and iron gates. So, as you guys kind of enter the town, I'll drop a map real quick. One thing you guys notice for sure is that it's kind of a small town. It's kind of a small area. There's probably, as you guys are looking about, there's probably several hundred, civilians like above ground, and maybe about 3 times that as many silver soldiers. There looks to be a lot of soldier activity roaming around. A few basic, general stores and a few basic supplies at the market. Not as lush as like Frostfire or anything. But what you do notice is that the above ground population of this particular area is really not that much, a few thousand. But from what you can see in kind of these forced labor mines, a majority of the slaves are forced underground, and it looks like there's some underground quarters there for them as well. Like the grates have small drips and things coming in from like the melted snow, and you can see down below the city proper, really, through all these grates and things designed to stop people from falling into the mining operations. You can see that slaves have placed buckets and cups and things in various places to collect the water, and but one thing is certain, in the couple of mining operations that are here, there's it looks to be coal for sure. A big black smudge upon this pristine white environment, in several different trails leading from these entrances to these places. But it also looks, from what you can see, that there's a sizable slave population here, possibly greater than the above ground population, this is more of a small town or a small village that is well defended with high walls and military buildings, but only essentially has a few thousand civilians. As Valinor kind of leads you guys through towards the local inn, it's known as the Cracked Spoon. He enters, and once again, his alter ego, Saint Bernard, seems to hold some weight as the innkeep smiles and is happy to see him. And Valinor hands him, without a word, a small bag of what you can assume to be coins, and Valinor receives a key and motions for the party. And once again, you guys travel to the top floor of an inn, and you once again have a private suite. This one is less luxurious, much less luxurious. In fact, it is more like the upper floor of a barracks. There are several bunk beds, and a few fireplaces, a few trunks for gear here and there. But for the most part, it looks like Valinor maybe rented the whole upper floor of this building for the party. And he then turns to you all and says, "This is as good a place as any to recoup a bit before we travel on. So please do what you will. I think we leave soon."
Would I have noticed if? I'm sure I would have, but did I notice if Valinor changed scale color on the end? Like when it,
Oh, certainly. Before approaching the city, Valinor would have shifted into that of a white dragonborn, as Saint Bernard's his alter personality is that of like a bougie, rich white dragonborn.
Glader would have done the same then, just a white dragonborn as well.
Okay, great. So you guys find yourself alone in this small room, or rather large room, of this inn upon the upper floor. It is not long before a few slaves, obviously slaves by their collars, their iron collars, anklets, and bracelets, they usher in some food and drink for the party and set it on the table, keeping careful to not make eye contact and leave the room swiftly after. And for the most part, the party has a moment of reprieve.
So are we in the inn in the south or in the west?
So the south gate is the gate that you entered through, and then immediately through the south gate there is an inn to the left. So you are at the Cracked Spoon Inn, and the only other exit from the south, other than what you came in as, is the western gate, and that leads up the mountain further, presumably towards the Silver Keep.
Valinor, how long do you think we can take to rest here? Are we like moving same day, or are we kind of getting a little bit shut eye before we move on?
To be honest, I was just going to post up for a bit, an hour or two, to regain some bearings, but I do not think we should that we should stop. We should continue forth, but there is a few matters maybe we should discuss of the plan further. No, yes.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
The Silver Keep from here. If we leave, yeah, at this point, it's about to be dusk. He says, well, if we were to leave at, say first light, we would be arriving at the Silver Keep a couple of hours after dusk. It is a little bit more than a full day's travel. But there would be no rest between here and there. I assume that when we get to where we are going, it is not going to take long to enact the plan. If perhaps taking a moment to fill our bellies and get some sleep will be nice. The plan, as far as what you and your order are going to do, is rough around the edges. Still, I guess we know to get you to the Silver Queen, and that you will cut her down and prevail for all of the justice. But you mentioned maybe some forgeries or something, or maybe another step to your plan.
I
Yeah, I
think
guess
part of the concern is some of our guys at this rate aren't exactly going to be up for a huge combat.
Precisely. So this is my thoughts. I take Scruffaldo, and we continue on here in the next hour or two. The lot of you could potentially stay here for the night, fill your bellies, patch your wounds, and leave at first light. This will give Scruffaldo and myself enough time to get to where we are going and set the plan in action. You would be arriving at the Silver Keep at almost the precise time we trigger our trap, our distraction, our final stand, as it will. You would be just arriving on the road, like perhaps some travelers or merchants, unaware of your approach would be the Silver Queen and the Silver Soldiers. You would likely show up just at the right time as the Silver Soldiers empty the keep in an attempt to come and crush me and the members of my order, which I assure you they will have quite a time doing, but little do they know we have enacted another plan. As the armies converge upon the building we have taken, there are several groups of armed slaves that will encircle our captors and potentially aid to the battle, while hopefully many more all escape the clutches of the Silver Queen. At least get them out of the mountain and away from the keep. They may have hope there.
What's the roads like to get to the Silver Keep? Because another batch of wolves, and you might not have a well prepared to say hi to the Queen service.
The road is similar to what we have traveled already, but it is much shorter. We have come a couple of days from Frostfire, but the travel from here to the Silver Keep could be done in a single day, but you're looking at maybe 12 to 14 hours on the road.
All right. Well, I mean, I think that's as good a plan as any. We rest up here and then follow you tomorrow morning, and we'll be fresh and ready for battle. Sounds like.
Indeed, so let us have a meal and discuss tactics. How do you presume to... If you burst into the throne room right now and we're looking eye to eye with the Silver Queen, what would you do? What are your strategies?
Oh, that's a very good question.
Scruff throws some wood on the fire and gets it roaring, and thoroughly shaking off some of the frost. And you notice him eyeballing the food from across the room. Kind of looks to the party. Anybody gonna eat that? Or
Yeah, just don't fill up too much like you did yesterday. I think that might have been why your shots were a little off earlier.
I've never been full in my life. That was the wind.
Little Chris is gonna walk over and grab a plate first.
Glader follows quickly after.
It's a modest spread, but it does the trick. You've got some salted meats, some fresh baked rolls, a few various, definitely a cask of ale with some various cups and things and whatnot.
Douglas would try to spend a little time. They try to get Tony to fetch like a piece of bread and bring it back to him.
Okay, yeah, give me a animal handling check.
Um, oh, fucking hell. Natural one.
So kind of like before, you seem to teach her the trick, and she knows while you're using your ranger ways, you can get her to do what you'd like, but you have to kind of explain it to her. She doesn't get your verbal commands. You have to actually cast speak with animals and explain to her what you want her to do, and then she seems to pick it up, but she's just not quite on the level with you. Kind of similar to the scouting. She was capable of doing it while you were communicating with her, but it's a little more difficult when you're not directly influencing her.
I'll just kind of pet her and it's not your fault, Tony. It's more me. It was a long day, and I'll just give her some scritches and give her some meat.
She eats it voraciously, and is happy to kind of perch on your shoulder and be out of the wind and things.
And so I'll just do our same routine. I'll do another 24 hours of animal friendship before we rest, and another round of good berries. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Just spend the night kind of with the hawk and eating and talking to the group.
Okay, yeah, definitely post up and spend time with the hawk. Valinor wraps up a few wounds. Scruff seems to be unharmed during the combat, actually, and helps himself to some hearty portions of the beef and the rolls that were brought up, as well as now working on his third mug of ale.
Glader's gonna walk up to Scruff. Now, Scruff, we had talked about earlier possibly forging some letters from the Queen to her sons. Do you still think you can get those delivered in a way that they, believe it?
I know that I could take it. I know who to get the letters to in the Silver City, but I mean, I'm not going to be personally delivering it, and how they take it would kind of be on them, I guess. But yes, I'm confident that I can deliver a message that will get, at the very least, into the Spears contacts. So I can't necessarily get a message directly to the Hammer or the Book because the Spear runs their spy network. But I could drop a note into his spy network easy as pie.
Well, that's fair. I mean, at least we can kind of addressing the rest of the party now. Even if we just get one letter to the Spear, that still puts two brothers out of commission. Because, I mean, say we frame it so the Hammer is getting next in line, and the Spear finds that letter accidentally, then the Spear is going to be, starting up conflict with the Hammer, and so that might at the very least, take two of them out of commission. And the infighting might slow them down when we're in there. Does anyone else have any other ideas? Because that's pretty much all I got, other than sneaking in and trying to kill the Silver Queen. That's about the end of my plans.
Scruff kind of, after a moment, pulls a bit of parchment out and hands it to you, Gleedeer. And as you open it, it looks like a rough sketch of like a dining hall or like a main hall. But one thing you do notice, it's kind of like etched in like the cold drawing on this parchment, is that it appears to be that the four corners of this main hall each have a door. And it is like an emergency escape route almost in the corners of this door, in the corners of this room. And these doors lead to spiral staircases that go upward, and they have they stop at every level between the bottom floor and the top floor. The top floor is where you have been told the Silver Queen's throne room would be, but it looks as if this is the secret entrance that Scruff was talking about. Not necessarily so secret, but a direct route from essentially the entrance of the Silver Keep to the throne room.
Well, that is extremely helpful. And then Glader just kind of takes the little sketch blueprints over to the rest of the group and starts pointing out the entrances to get us into the throne room. So, what do you guys think about this forgery plan? Do you think it holds any weight, or should we just go with the frontal assault and not worry about the brothers until another time?
Well, at this point, we're so deep in the shit, it's almost better that we just take the queen out without giving them any warning, because the chaos of them not expecting the queen to die might be better than the chaos those letters actually cause. And honestly, it'd probably be better to have Scruff focused with Valinor to create a better distraction, because we're going to want a damn clear path straight to her. We're not going to be able to fight our way through an entire fortress and then have to fight her.
No, that's a fair point. We can always come back and deal with the brothers at another time. I think you're right. I think the queen should be our main objective. Getting that fair distraction.
And in a perfect world, maybe the brothers will deal with themselves, or at least kill one or two of themselves, and we can deal with whatever's left over. But I think that taking down the queen right now without them expecting it is probably going to cause more chaos and strife than this letter campaign. Although, I have to say, it was a great idea.
Well, I've been thinking about it, and an idea I just had was instead of the brothers writing letters, what if we have one on ourselves from Miranith? That she helped orchestrate this and just drop it after the queen is dead like it fell. And then maybe we could get the brothers to attack Miranith, Miranith to attack the brothers, and have a 4-way battle versus a 3-way.
Yeah, that is something I can get behind. Do we have any write-ins from Miraneth herself? Trying to think if we have anything.
Oh, I'm sure Scruff's seen some from up north, and Valinor probably has too.
Scruff kind of speaks up and says, "The most of the wanted posters are copies of Marineth's own hand. Marineth runs most of the guild known as the Shadow Specialists. Also, these bounty hunters, they're like the lowest level of this fucking guild. And as far as we know, Marineth is the only legit authority figure for their entire guild in all of Hortonshire, and thus she's been given, the title of Warlord of the North. She's the current final say in things in northern Hortonshire, answering only to the Queen herself."
Now, do you know if she would have the same? She wouldn't have the same seal as the queen, would she? She would have her own separate seal.
Which is rather, it's the same. They Marineth bears the Queen's seal. That's the Queen's right hand. She and the Queen's seal are the same. Marineth has pledged herself to the Queen's cause.
Well, in that case, we happen to have a couple of wanted posters and a example of the purple wax seal from that envelope that we obtained from the bounty hunters. So we could very well forge a document from Marineth.
Scruff,
Then we don't have to
kind
worry
of
about, getting it to somebody's hands. It could just be dropped by the assassins and call it good, or take one of our badges and throw it with the letter like it got dropped.
All right, well, who's got the steadiest hand here? Renwick?
Well, got a fairly steady hand.
Well, should we, do we have any fancy parchment?
Valinor produces a few things from his pack. He still looks pretty bougie. He got a few rips and tears and a little bit of blood on his snow leopard outfit, but he does produce an ink and quill and a few pieces of parchment for the party.
Blade will kind of step up to Renwick and be like, "Now I've written many a ballad or two in a book. Perhaps I can kind of watch over your shoulder, make sure your penmanship is correct and your form is correct, just to make sure we nail it."
Well, I certainly wouldn't mind a beta reader. Like, just make sure the work's polished before we publish, And he'll wink at him as he goes to work on these, I guess.
So, do you have like a proficiency in like a forgery kit or anything like that?
I am checking right now. Just these tools and whatnot, but I mean, I have high dexterity, so in theory, I would imagine I might have decent handwriting. It's about my best argument right now.
Okay, so without actually having like proficiency in it, it's still doable, but it's going to be more than just a solid check. So I'm going to need 2 checks from you. The first one we're going to say is your sleight of hand, how well you actually mimic the writing that you're seeing. And then the second one is going to be like the content of the letter. What exactly are you saying? Because you're also going to have to give me a deception check.
Can I go ahead and inspire Renwick as well?
Absolutely.
All right, so that sleight of hand is going to be a 16. And I'm going to keep the inspiration. And as he's starting to pen this, he's going to look at the group and be like, so what exactly do we want this to say?
I think the point of the letter was to imply that this assassination group, well, us, was sent and paid for by Miraneth.
There's something I would say to the extent of carry on with the plan. Her paranoia is making her reckless.
Miraneth sends her regards.
No, that's too obvious. I would say, because you're writing it to them, or to the assassin, I would just say, go ahead with the plan. We need stability, and the queen has become too paranoid. Stability will come back with proper management. And then Meredith, or just an M, as she would be trying to make sure it was a little sneaky. But at least then we place doubt.
Well, that sounds pretty fucking good to me. And yeah, he'll take Lucas's lead there. Write all that out, and for that second check, what was the skill on the second check? Person was
Deception check.
Okay. Deception. It's a +3. That's an 8, but I'm going to use inspiration, which is a D8 now. Will
Correct.
for an 8, so 16 on both.
Not bad, not bad. So as you kind of finish up this letter, what is the plan from here?
Can I like make a perception or an insight on it to see like how well it looks between the two?
Yeah, go ahead and give me an insight check.
Oh, fuck that up. Oh my god, 1d29. Well, it's a 17. Do you want me to redo that, or do you want to just
Yeah,
keep
I
that
think
17?
you've kind of fucked yourself by rolling a 1d30. Just make it a 1d20.
I'll keep the 17 on the d30. 13 total.
As far as you can tell, it's pretty fucking close. It matches as far as you can tell.
Are we satisfied with one draft, gentlemen, or should we maybe have a couple of drafts and compare?
Yeah, honestly, I'd say one draft. If it works, great. If it doesn't, well, they're coming after us anyway.
Yeah. I have some candles actually. Where they go? I know I have candles. I just saw them earlier when I was looking for other things. Yes, I have candles. I have 10 candles for some reason. So, oh shit, how are we gonna replicate the fucking seal? Oh, wait, okay.
I
Alrighty.
have specifically, this got brought up when we were talking about this. Pulling up my notes, but I have a way to copy the wax seal. We did this last session. I tried to see if there was a way I could replicate it, and I was able to pull it off. I'm just trying to find it in the notes right now.
I believe you studied the wax seal and believed it was something you could replicate, but you didn't actually come up with a way of of actually replicating it. I imagine you could potentially use some small tools like your thieves' tools to replicate a splattering of wax and whatnot if you'd like.
Yeah, according to the notes, I was able to study it enough that I could potentially replicate it. So, if that's possible, I would like to try to replicate the wax.
Okay, so after the letter is wrote and the wax is applied, go ahead and give me another sleight of hand check as you try to mimic the Queen's seal.
17 for a 22.
It looks pretty fucking good. Almost exact to your eye.
Well, what if we make a perfect seal and just kind of scruff it up a little so any inconsistencies or deficiencies aren't readily noticed? I mean, after all, it's been carried around. Chances are it got rubbed down a little bit.
You could certainly rough the letter up a little bit if you'd like.
I mean, we're going for convincing, not handed on a platter, basically.
Yeah, Scarvaldo doesn't mind helping out. He reaches out with some greasy fingers and crumples it in a fist one time and then hands it back to you. So as this kind of, you guys are going about, Renwick's carefully taking the time to forge the letter and craft the seal. Scruff continues to stuff his face, drinking now a fifth, maybe sixth flagon of ale, and easily eating more than his fair share of the presented meal. But after a short time, Valinor has tended to his wounds and seen to Scruff's belly, and he turns to the party and well, I think that I will be leaving now. This is our time to shine. If I leave now, by the time you will arrive, everything should be set and ready to go. So I think that the best of luck. May Pelor's light shine upon us all. And is there anything that you would require of Scrafaldo or myself before we hit the hay? The room is yours for the remainder of the evening, but you must leave at dawn's first light in order to make the party on time, if you will. He kind of smiles and winks at you.
Well, as we might be walking into death, I intend to fill my gut with a fair amount of food and ale, get a good night's sleep, and pray to God that we live to see another day after this.
Yeah, Glader's just gonna walk up to both Scruff and Valinor and give him that like hearty forearm handshake and a little longer on Valinor, maybe pull him in for a hug and just look at him and be like, all right, you better not fucking die out there.
Nor you. Maybe with Pelor's blessing, this will not be the last time we meet. At the very least, perhaps we meet on the battlefield. No?
Would the general stores still be open at this time whenever we get to town?
It is about dusk. It is not quite dusk. If you need it, it's probably getting to the point where they're about closing up. But if you needed a last minute item, you could definitely pop in and make a purchase.
Gentlemen, I was going to head down, see if we could get a healing potion since we want to get an early start. Anybody need anything if they don't wish to risk it, or anybody wish to come with?
You know, on that note, I think I'll join you. Something tells me that we're gonna want to be stocked up on health potions, or maybe some potions of resistance. There's quite a bit of shit we're about to walk into. We might as well be prepared. It served pretty well for the dragon.
Yeah, well, I'm just a wee bit broke, so I might stay here. But I'll, pitch in at least. So Glader will pull out. Shit, I don't have a lot of gold. I'll toss out hand 40 gold to Logris. Yeah, sorry it's not a whole lot, but don't have too much left.
I'll pull out my one healing potion and hand it over to him. Be like, there, you just bought it.
Oh,
Now I gotta go restock.
you sure about that?
Well, I've been carrying this one since Hot Moss, so yeah, I think I'll be okay. Hopefully I can still find one down there.
All right, and if you do need it back later, if you can't find anything, I'll definitely give it back to you. Hey, Renwick, you mind if I dip into that, bag of holding real quick? I think I remember something about a flask of strong liquor being in there, and maybe a bottle of wine or two that we might want to partake in.
Oh, you want to reach in my bag now, do you?
Well,
I know.
one
You're more than welcome to it, buddy. But I'm going to be honest, I'm going to keep that flask of liquor to myself. And he'll pull out 2 of the 3 fine bottles of wine and just kind of double fist them and hand them over to Gladier. Like, you take these and we'll be seeing you shortly. We're just going to run out and get some supplies.
All right, and he just turns and tosses that one of the bottles of fine wine to Logus, and then just sits down in one of the bunk beds and pops a cork off and tries to relax.
As you go, pop a cork off, the second the cork pops, you find Scruff at your side with a couple of glasses. Hey, how about one for the road, huh? He kind of hands you a glass, an empty glass, and holds one out for himself as well.
Scruff, you are insatiable. He pours him a small glass.
He looks at kind of bummed at the portion, but he swallows it in a single gulp, and then he looks to you. He says, this is kind of a big deal, and I've given a lot to this cause to get to this point, and may the gods see fit to bless us with whatever comes our way. But you're for real. You're gonna do this, right? You're gonna go up there and you're gonna fight her, right? You're not gonna pussyfoot around. You're gonna go to her throne room and throw the gauntlet, correct?
Glader's just kind of, I guess, lean up in the bed a little bit closer towards him, lift up the bottle, pour him another small glass, or small, a little bit into his glass again. Scruff, I swear to you, I'm either leaving that mountain on a burning pyre, or I'm leaving walking down with the Silver Queen's head in my hands.
He smiles and once again, despite the better portion, swallows the entire glass of wine in a single gulp. And he smiles his crooked, kind of missing tooth smile, and his one good eye kind of shines as he kind of looks at you. You know, the dragonborn scar the scar in the form of in draconic across his face. You know, taking out one of his eyes is faded over time, but it is, you know, upon closer inspection, you can definitely still make out the word traitor in draconic carved into Scruff's face. And he kind of smiles at you. And, well, getting out of here and getting there is probably going to happen before you get yourself asleep. And I know how your belt works, so he reaches into his cloak and produces a potion, hands it to you. It'll keep you hidden, not like your belt, about an hour or so, just long enough, you know, make you look like normal average Joe for a bit, about an hour, so just enough to get out of the city, you know, save your belt for one way or the other. I imagine you'll need to hide yourself pretty good to get out of here, and don't fucking worry. I'll cut down every pyre I see on my way in the city, so you're not gonna have a choice. You'll be leaving that bitch's head, huh? What do you say? He holds the empty glass back over to you.
Glader just chuckles, claps him on the shoulder, gives him another little portion of wine. Just sounds good. I appreciate the help, and this will come in use. So, again, I appreciate it. You know, we'll avenge your daughter. Don't you worry.
He swallows it all in one single gulp again, kind of haphazardly just tosses the wine glass aside. It hits the floor and shatters, and without another word, he follows Valinor swiftly out of the room.
Oh man, I wanted to give him my bottle.
You can flag him down if you want. Him and Valinor are on their way out pretty swiftly.
Sure. I'll go up to Scruff and yeah, Scruff, so you don't have to keep drinking from Gladier's bottle. Since you've done so much for us and we wouldn't have been here without your expertise, and obviously you've sacrificed so much. There's a quite an expensive bottle of wine, and I would like for you to have it.
Scruff takes the bottle and kind of gives you a look with his one good eye. Gives you an up and down. He says, "Well, thanks. I appreciate that." And he kind of looks at you and narrows his one good eye, and he says, "You're not the worst elf." And he tucks the bottle into his snow leopard cloak and gives you a small bow as he then hurries down the hallway towards Valinor and out of the inn.
Yeah, and as he's leaving, and I'll say, and you're not the most obnoxious dwarf. And just give him a slight smile and bow back and let him go. And then I was gonna go with Locris and Renwick. If Locris's disguised self, then I would probably cast it too and kind of make myself look similar to him, so we could pass as like brothers or something.
Okay, yeah, you guys kind of make your way down to the markets. One thing you notice in this neck of the woods is that even the citizens here seem kind of downtrodden. The free people, the people here who are not slaves, still look to be doing very labor-intensive jobs. Lots of soldiers around and whatnot, lots of construction workers. The whole populace kind of seems downtrodden, except for the soldiers who are happy to abuse and catcall the average citizenry and slaves as they see fit. As you guys kind of make your way to the market itself is a bit run down. There's not the greatest selections of things. There's a butcher shop or two.
Well, I was just thinking that general goods store that's right behind the inn. You know, just like out the back door.
Yeah, if you head down to the general goods store, it is decently supplied warehouse almost. Looks to be doing a lot of business directly with the Silver Soldiers. There's a lot of common goods one would need in like kind of this Arctic landscape. Lots of torches, lanterns, flint and steel, different cloaks and pelts and various clothings and things. But it is definitely up and running, and a silver dragonborn runs the general store and greets you happily, and happy to deal with somebody who's not directly silver soldiers, who are kind of insulting and brutish at the very least. Yeah. Kind of nods to you. Please inspect my wares. Anything I could help you find.
Locris would have looked human, blonde hair, just a little baggy-eyed, middle class clothes. Yes, we're looking for possibly some healing potions. We've been traveling and we ran into some wolves that, took a good chunk out of us, and trying to keep going.
Oh yeah, and them winter wolves, they always, every season they take down a good pack of merchants or two. It's an unfortunate plight upon the land. I hope you gave them a good run for their money.
Well, we're still alive, so we didn't do too bad, but I had a friend who lost a couple sheep on the way.
Well, that's awful. Unfortunately, I'm kind of mostly working with commissioned wares here. I mean, I got the basics, but if you're looking for anything fancy, healing potion wise, you'll have to talk to the clerics at the temple. My hands are tied. Those supplies here, at least the supplies like that I can get my hands on, are specifically ordered for the defenders of the realm and them alone. I have specific contracts with them, and it's the only potions I'm allowed to peddle. So if you want something made, best bet's the temple on the north side of town, Temple of Saint Cuthbert.
Well, do you have just some basic healing potions? And don't need anything fancy immediately.
Like I said, I've got a few in stock, but they're on reserve for the Silver Soldiers specifically. I can't come off of any of these wares to anyone who's not a member of the Queen's Defenders of the Realm.
All right. Well, do you have an antitoxin? Been hanging with this girl, and I think she's a little crazy. Food's been tasting a little off.
Oh man, you gotta double check. You get some holy water. Make sure she's not a succubus. Yeah, I can provide some antitoxin.
Can I get 2 of those, please?
Absolutely. And he rings it up for you. It'll come out to 100 gold.
All right. I'll hand him 100 gold.
He takes it and smiles, pockets it, gestures to the rest of the party. Anything any of you need here?
Well, I was curious if you happen to have any sort of scrolls or potions, perhaps, of resistance, or really just anything that might be useful to somebody traveling these roads. I mean, we ran into a fair amount of trouble on the way in. I can't imagine it'll be any different on the way out.
Well, I mean, we don't get a lot of goods from the university here. Mostly that's down in Frostfire. But if there was anything here, you're probably looking at the temple once again. They might have a few potions that venture beyond standard healing. But for the most part, those types of items, we don't really sell them here as much as they're commissioned for the local guard.
Well, boys, you feeling holy? Maybe a quick prayer before we begin our next journey wouldn't be too far out of order anyway.
Well, I am overdue for my confessions.
Yeah, I'm just following you.
While they're doing that, can Glader try something really quick, just in the room?
Go for it. Yeah. What are you doing at the inn?
So I wanted to take the 2 canine incisor or fangs that I got from the winter wolf, and I want to try and take like the point of one of my daggers and just kind of try and cut out, like drill a hole through like the roots to see if I can like put them on my necklace. Because I have my amulet for horror just is like on a leather cord. So I want to see if I could just like add the 2 fangs to that leather cord.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, it'll take a little bit of time, a little bit of whittling, but you've definitely got the time as you're kind of just posted up in the room solo, carving this out. You managed to pull it off. It takes a little more than an hour to get a solid hole through both teeth, but in the end, you definitely are able to mount them to your holy necklace for sure.
All right, sweet. All right, that's all I wanted to do.
Would I know if it would be better to sell the pelt here or at the butcher?
You've never met the butcher, so as far as you know, either or.
Well, I'll kind of pull out the winter wolf's pelt, and we got to run into some pretty big wolves out there. We were able to dispatch of them. Got this nice big pelt here. Any interest in purchasing this?
He looks it over and grabs it. He's, ooh, yeah, fresh, yeah. Yeah, the guards like to make garments out of stuff like this. It's a pretty hot seller. What do you say? I'll give you I'll give you 75 gold for the pelt.
I kind of look over at my more charismatic friends here, and what do you think, fellas? Does that sound like a good deal? I'm not really used to selling pelts.
Well, I don't necessarily think he's trying to undercut you, but something tells me he could probably do a little bit better than that. I mean, personally, I'll be taking my slightly nicer pelt here and saving it to sell somewhere where these pelts aren't nearly as common. But I don't think he's necessarily giving you the best price he could offer. And he'll just kind of like look over at the vendor and see if he can sway him a little bit.
Yeah, give me a persuasion check.
It's a 19 for a 25.
He says, I mean, all right. 90 for the pelt, but that's all I could do. They're only worth a cool hundo. I'm not going to make some on it too, 90 for the pelt.
Yeah, I have no use for it other than that, so you get yourself a deal and hand over the pelt.
Okay, yeah, for sure. He's all too happy to do a bit of business with you. And all right, let's see here. Drop this into the feed real quick. So as you guys kind of make your way over to the temple of Saint Cuthbert, Saint Cuthbert is the god of retribution. Saint Cuthbert is lawful neutral. He is known as Saint Cuthbert of the Cudgel. St. Cuthbert exacts revenge and just punishment on those who transgress the law. Because evil creatures are more commonly and flagrantly violate laws than good creatures do, St. Cuthbert favors good over evil, though he is not good himself. The domains he is associated with are destruction, law, protection, and strength, and his favored weapon is the mace. Kind of dropped what his holy symbol looks like. there. And as you approach this temple, several white and silver dragonborn in monk's robes approach you before you enter the grounds, and they greet you at the door and ask, what could we do for you this day?
Lucas would make sure his mace looked like a mace, not a morning star, so all the spikes are contracted on the weapon he keeps on his belt.
Okay.
Yes, we are actually traveling. We're merchants and trying to get through our wares, and we were told that you may have some healing potions. We had a run-in with some beasts, and if there's more further along ahead, I don't know how many of us will make it to our next destination.
If it is wares you seek, we could definitely help you. What sorts of donation will you be making to our wonderful temple?
Well, seeing as Saint Cuthbert is the god of extracting punishment on those who truly deserve it, I can contribute 10 platinum coins to his divine services.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check with advantage.
$24.
His eyebrows raise at the mention of platinum, and upon giving him 10 platinum coins, he certainly worth a few potions. What a generous donation. And he takes the coins from you, and one of his immediate, the immediate person standing to his left produces from underneath their robes a couple of standard healing potions and places them in your hand.
Okay, so DM, 2, 3.
2 standard healing potions, 2d4 plus 2.
Got it. Thank you. And I don't know if it would be an additional charge, but could we perhaps get a blessing on our next endeavor as we continue upon our path?
May Saint Cuthbert guide you. And she flicks some holy water out of a vial she has on her belt onto you and the party.
Thank you.
She smiles and looks about at her comrades, and everybody kind of as you guys kind of depart the from the temple, they kind of relax and go about to what they were doing before.
Well, I don't know about you, gentlemen, but I think we have what we need for the next leg. I don't know if you want to look at anything else.
Well, I think the only thing that might pique my fancy, I wouldn't hate swinging by the smithy since it's right next door and seeing if they've got a better set of studded leather. But aside from that, I think I'm about due for a nap. Or honestly, just a nice long rest before we get on the road in the morning.
Yeah, so you guys, you make your way to the smithy, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like he has a lot for sale. What you find when you reach the smithy is long lines of slaves, all of which patrolled heavily by the silver soldiers. It looks to be as if most of the smithy's time is spent adjusting, fabricating, repairing all of these slaves' collars and bracelets and anklets. The few materials that it does look to have available seem to come mostly in this like tool sets and things. As far as armor and weaponry, he's pretty limited. He looks to be primarily building chains and the bracelets and collars for slaves.
Well, upon seeing that, Renwick will just shrug and be like, well, boys, I don't even think this is worth our time. We might as well just head back to the inn.
Yes, I'd say a long line for very little does not sound as appealing as a nice glass, some good food, and a nice bed.
Is there a reason why the line's long, or is it just because the guards are being dicks?
Because they beat the hell out of the slaves.
It looks like, as far as population goes, like there is an above ground population and a below ground population. The below ground population is primarily slaves, and some guards patrolling down there and things. But for the most part, even though it is a small percentage of the population that is guards and free citizens, they a lot of the population is slaves. So the long lines look to be slaves being filed from the mining camps towards the smithy, and maybe they're not. Maybe it's before or maybe it's after their shift. They're all dirty and dingy as they are going about, but. It looks like they're just getting their general maintenance and repairs on their hardware that they're forced to wear. The iron collars and bracelets and anklets. As you guys kind of go about the town, you do notice one thing in particular about the slaves here in this neck of the woods. For the first time since you guys have kind of started venturing around Hordenshire, you see, though they are kept in chains and below ground for the most part, you see golden dragonborn, and a good portion of the slave population here is in fact golden dragonborn, and it's the first outside of Gladier and Valinor, and maybe a handful of the Holy Fangs that you guys have encountered in Hordenshire.
Logus would like to try to just clock like how many guards are watching these slaves. How many guards are there around right now?
It's pretty heavily guarded. You're looking at probably 20 or so guards guarding a line of, I don't know, roughly a dozen slaves. But the dozen slaves go about their business quickly and then cycle out, going back towards the slavery, the forced labor camp, and then being replaced by another fresh dozen. But the guards here outnumber the slaves quite a bit.
Well, gentlemen, I am good to go back when you are.
So, the party reconvenes at the Cracked Spoon. Up on the top floor, Valinor had purchased for the party, clearing the entire floor. Gladier, your party shortly arrives after you finished making a few additions to your holy symbols necklace. And what does the party want to do from here?
Logus would just kind of tuck in, like sit in his bed, do his night rituals again, make sure like Tony's good and she's nice and comfortable. Give her some food and scritches, and then he'll just kind of like lay back and just get comfortable and go into his little trance.
All right. The in itself, the bottom floor is a drinking establishment, but no more ale or food are sent up as the sun slowly has crested beyond the horizon. And a bitter chill, for sure, hits the landscape as soon as the light is gone. And even though you guys are indoors, it requires the stoking of the fire and things to maintain the bit of warmth within the walls.
Locris will just curl up in bed, read his book and his notes. This time, just kind of playing with the dagger a little bit because it worked so well today. Before just falling asleep.
All right, yeah. As you kind of before you drift off to sleep, the very last words you hear are a very wispy whisper in your own mind. It's a bit of a laughter comes along with it, and it's just the chaos, eh, master? And then you drift off into an uneasy sleep.
I'd imagine after a handful of ales, Renwick goes back up to the room and reaches in the bag of holding, pulls out the fine tobacco, packs himself a pipe, and then just like settles into bed and puffs on the pipe while he's flipping back through his dad's journal. I feel like he's gonna obsessively pore over it and just see if like he ever notices anything different, and he's just memorizing it in the meantime.
All right, yeah, you kind of flip through. A lot of the notes are, references to books and pages and things that you don't necessarily have. But your eyes fall upon the sketch he had made of yourself and your mother and him all together, and it kind of keeps drawing your ire. No matter how much you flip through the book, you continue to find yourself staring off at this picture. So, as the morning comes and you guys find yourself awakened by the hustle and bustle of things below. You hear directly a few horns, like a siren, go off early in the morning, and kind of startles you all awake. But as you kind of just look out the windows, it is clearly like a summoning siren meant to summon the few slaves that are granted above ground clearance or permission. Looks like some silver soldiers are harshly inspecting the slave population early in the morning, but aside from that, a few patrons also awake, and the smell of food wafts up from downstairs.
Upon waking and everything, Locris is going to remember something and go up to Glader. Hey, you're going to have to keep your temper on a leash. We got to look at some of the slaves, and there's quite a few golden dragonborn. But we're not ready for that fight here in town.
Yeah, no, I figured as much. Getting this close to the Silver Queen's main domain, that we'd be seeing more of them. I'll keep it together. I know It's not going to do any help trying to free him now and getting killed here. We got to cut the head off the snake and work our way down.
I just wanted to prepare you instead of having it be a shock to your system.
I appreciate that. And also, before we kind of make any moves, Gladier's gonna get all his armor back on, get his weapons ready, and then kneel down in front of the smoldering fire, pull out his list of names, the Silver Queen, Hammer, Spear, Book, Miraneth, kind of place it on the ground right in front of the fire, and just kind of meditate for a moment, and then try and pray to Hor. I guess just saying, this is kind of the last run we got going now. You always promised me assistance in getting my justice for my family, and you've been an aid so far and kept me alive. But I could really use any extra help I can get right now. I don't know what we're going to be facing tomorrow and the end of today, actually. But I'm not leaving that mountain. Well, like I told Scruff, I'm either leaving that mountain dead or I'm leaving that mountain and the Silver Queen is dead. So, any sort of boon that you can provide, if you're even listening, I'm not even sure if your eyes are still on me. But any sort of assistance you can provide, I'll take whatever I can get.
Go ahead and give me a religion check.
Please, for the love of God. Fuck. Okay, so much better than the last time I tried this. 18.
As you, kind of huddle kind of by the embers and whisper this prayer, suddenly you have like a very metallic taste, very metallic flavor in your mouth. And you open your eyes and realize that throughout your prayer, your nose began to bleed slightly.
Claire would look a little bit confused. Kind of, wipe the blood off from under his nose and pick up his list off the ground, stuff it back into his pack, and take a moment to stare into the burning embers, and then stand up and turn back to the party. All right, well, I guess this is it. Anything else we gotta do before we head off?
Just take a time to enjoy the irony that they worship Saint Cuthbert, yet we're the ones bringing the vengeance.
Yep. That is pretty ironic. Maybe I should have. Yeah. We'll bring the vengeance somehow. Whether it's by my God or theirs.
Could have been the Order of Golden Vengeance.
Yeah, I rather lack sands of justice, though. Rolls off the tongue nicely.
I'd have to agree. And if you'll allow it, I think this morning when Renwick got up before he came downstairs, he would have taken time after reading his dad's journal to write kind of just a short letter to his parents after hearing that his dad was making his way home, and he's gonna fold it up and seal it, and on the wax, just kind of carve with his dagger an RT for his initials, and then he's gonna over breakfast. He's just gonna kind of subtly hand it to Gladier and be like, "I know I haven't told you much about my where I'm from, but I've been searching for my dad for a while now, and I got a lead back in Wormhearth that he's heading home. And if for whatever reason I don't make it out of this, just be sure to send this to my family. They live in the Alliance Isles. It's James Turner and Sophia. And, hopefully it doesn't come to that, but I can't bring myself to go into a situation like this without at least tying up that loose end. I owe him that much."
Of course, yeah. I mean, do anything to help you. I mean, you've done so much for me so far. I mean, yeah, maybe let one of the others know too, just in case I go down. They can take the letter off my body as well. But no, I swear to you, if by some chance you don't make it, which I don't see that happen, you're pretty quick and stealthy. But if by some chance you don't make it out, and I do, first thing I do will be find your family, get this letter to them.
Well, I'm sure at least one of us will survive, so even if you don't make it out, I'm sure they'll find that letter on your body. And he'll just kind of give him a wink and kind of rib him a little bit, try to lighten the mood.
You're not wrong about that. One of us is going to get out of there at least. Hopefully all of us, but, yeah. And Glader's just going to take the letter and kind of, let's see, I think I got like a, I don't know if I have anything. Sorry, I'm just trying to look through my yeah, I have a small little like box type thing that came in one of my packs, like gear. So Glader would just place the letter carefully in the box, wrap it up in maybe like a shirt or something, and then just put it down in his like the bot towards like the middle bottom of his pack to try and keep it safe and uh yeah, clap Renderberg on the shoulder and finish up his breakfast.
All right, so as the party finishes up their breakfast and collects themselves ready to push out onto the road upward on this icy, snow-covered trek, you guys notice, the hustle and bustle of the city kind of begins to crack off. The whistles blowing of guards yelling at slaves and the citizenry kind of trying not to get too involved as they go about their day to day. You guys eventually make your way towards the western wall of the western gate and onto the road up towards Vicris Keep. So, as you guys set out, it is a clear, calm day. No howling of wolves, no bitter white wind. The travel is relatively pleasant. You get to the point where 12, 13 hours in, you're worn out, you're tired, you're cold, but for the most part, you're capable of pressing on. And then finally, stars take to the sky, and you travel the last couple of hours by moonlight. Easy enough in the all-white Arctic region. It is not too hard to find your way. But as you approach Vicris Keep, atop the ice-covered Mount Whitehorn, Vicris Keep is the single most defensible position in the known world. On a massive island of its own, surrounded by walls of sheer ice on every side, there is one way in and one way out, the main gate. Within the keep, within the entrance of this keep, there are caverns below within the mountain that are rumored to hold a great city. As you guys approach a large cave mouth, you guys can see from some ways out. You notice that from within the mountain itself, it looks as if this giant stone structure, the keep, the silver keep you can imagine, has burst forth from the interior of the mountain itself, sitting quite high above the cliffside. However, the only entrance is this large cave mouth, and you would know from the descriptions that the road leads right past the gates of this keep and corkscrews down within the mountain towards the bottom where the city lays. And as you guys approach this massive cave mouth, a dull glow can kind of be seen, not only from the interior of the cave, but from many, many windows on the multitude of stories of the keep that you can see. And as you guys approach, have the party give me perception checks real quick.
$18.
30-20.
Locris is too busy hyping himself up to pay attention.
Got a couple dirty 20s in there. That's good. 3 dirty 20s? Come on. That's crazy. For sure. As you guys approach this cave mouth, before you cross the threshold, before you even come close to crossing the threshold, as you approach, you definitely hear the sounds of battle echoing off of the walls. You hear loud explosions, but more loudly than anything, you hear the ring of alarm bells and the bellow of a war horn. And that is where we're going to have to end our session for a minute, fellas.
Oh man, it's about
What
to
the fuck is going on now?
That's a distraction. We're starting off next session fucking fighting.
Well, we're not starting off fighting. We're starting off trying to get the hell where we got to go.
I was going to say using the fighting to sneak into the keep.
Locris is gonna get caught up in just start shooting arrows at silver people.
Oh shit, dude! Those
Oh
wolves,
man,
those wolves.
Gladiator, it's about to go down.
I'm nervous. What the fuck was my nose bleeding for? Ask for help and he fucking gives me a bloody nose.
I told you,
You know-
cocaine.
The gods are fickle, man. You chose a fun one to fuck with, too.
Yeah, I did. I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing. We'll see. I'm definitely curious to see what that means, because that's the only this is the second time I've tried this, and the first religion check I made was like 10 or under. So I was like, that's not gonna do anything. So curious to see what an 18 gets me. And he is a fickle bastard.
It's just a sign.
Some signs are just meant to be interpreted how you will, you know?
Vader would be thinking about that sign on his entire walk, i.e., Alec will be thinking about it until next week and try and figure out.
Well, luckily we're playing a little early, so you don't have to bat around for a whole week.
That is a solid point. It'll be nice to not have to wait until Wednesday to be deep in the shit. At least we'll get it on Monday. And honestly, it'll probably build to the climax, and then we're going to have to take an extra week off because we'll be in fucking Ireland.
Good timing, though. Hey.
Really build the suspense. Let us dwell on it for 2 weeks.
I mean, if it
And
had to,
also,
at least it's at the end of an arc.
it kind of shakes out that it's on Monday because I'm off on Tuesday too.
Oh, nice.
Well, fellas, as always, it's been a pleasure, but I am going to have to take off. So, keep in touch on the socials, and we'll do this again here shortly. See if I can't actually kill a couple of y'all this time.
All right, see you guys later.